what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Jake Frank.
So I have a question for you to kick this off.
Okay.
What's the biggest fish that you've ever caught?
The biggest fish I've ever caught, I used to live in Alaska and I went halibut fishing and I caught like a 40-pound halibut. Okay. That's the biggest I've ever caught.
That's way bigger than I thought you were going to say. I was expecting
and that's like a
much less impressive size.
Well, that's a fairly unimpressive halibut. Okay. So for that species anyway.
All right. Well, you've got me beat.
Are you big into fishing?
No, about the only fishing I do is when I'm fishing through the freezer for frozen cod that I get from the store. So that's about as much as I do.
Before you cook it, do you like hold it out way in front of you and have someone take a picture so it looks bigger?
I have been known to do that.
All right.
Yeah. Follow my Instagram for all that content. So you've caught some pretty impressive fish. It sounds like.
Not really.
If you turn over that paper in front of you, there's something on there that I would like you to try to pronounce. You have not seen this before, so this is.
Joe, right. Let's see. Can I sound it out? So, Encore Heinkus Clarkey Lewisy. Was that how I was way off?
I actually don't know. This is like one of those trivia questions I don't even know the right answer to. So sure, you did well.
All right.
That's better than I would have done.
But my guess is that this is the binomial name for the Yellowstone cutthroat trout?
Yes, that is the scientific name for the West Slope cutthroat trout.
The West Slope, not the Yellowstone. Yep. Okay. All right.
And so today we're going to talk to somebody who probably can pronounce it better than you just did. Although I still think that was a pretty good guess. Our guest today is Pat Bigelow, a fisheries biologist who spends a lot of her time on the waters of Yellowstone National Park. So welcome, Pat. How's it going?
Hey, Brett, and hey, Jake. It's going great. It's a beautiful day today.
Yeah,
it is.
And you did pretty good. Oncorhynchus.
All right. So I was in the wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I loved the Lewisy Clarkey.
Is that how you say it? Or is it a long I?
That works. Lewisy Clarkey. Yep.
That's awesome.
All right.
I wonder where that came from.
I don't speak a lot of Latin.
Yeah. So I guess we'll just jump right into it. How long have you been working as a fisheries biologist? Well, as any job, how long have you been at Yellowstone National Park?
I've been here in this job for 23 years.
Wow.
I've been working in fisheries for 36 years, probably.
So fresh out of middle school.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I was really fortunate that I got some great opportunities early in life.
Very cool.
And so how did you get your start here 23 years ago?
Actually, my first fish job was here in 1979.
Wow. Okay.
I was in Bozeman working a summer job and I went down to the unemployment office to see, if I could just get something better. And there was a poster up on the wall for Young Adult Conservation Corps in Yellowstone National Park. And I jumped at it. It sounded interesting. I came down here. We had I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Yak Camp, but when we were actual Corps members, we had a girls' dorm, boys' dorm, and a dining hall. And 6 Corps members to a room. You each had a bunk bed, a foot locker, and half of a clothes locker, and no dividers or anything like that. You definitely felt like you had just been recruited into some kind of institution.
Some ways it is that, maybe.
Yeah. But it was great because we had 100 Corps members who all worked for different offices in the park. And I was very fortunate, a friend of mine and I that started at the same time to work with Fish and Wildlife Service. And back then, Fish and Wildlife Service did the fisheries work in Yellowstone.
When did that change? That went from fisheries
to Park Service?
Yeah, to Park Service.
I think it was in 96.
Okay.
So Fish and Wildlife Service started here even before the Park Service because of the unique fisheries opportunities and the Yellowstone cutthroat in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And then they established a research station in the 50s. They had a hatchery here early on, early 20s, 30s, into the 50s. And then after that, they kind of went more to a research station. And then they had a management office which is who I worked for, that advised the Park Service, kind of like a fish and game agency. Advises the state on how to set their regulations. Fish and Wildlife Service kind of kept the Park Service up to date on their.
And my history is not great, but if I remember reading, it's even before the National Park Service, there was like the predecessor to the Fish and Wildlife Services who stocked the lakes and did a lot of the fishery stuff in Yellowstone.
Correct. U.S. Fish Commission back even as early as 1889.
Yeah.
We're doing some stocking in Yellowstone National Park.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of history.
Yeah. Yeah. Fisheries history in the park is really kind of a reflection of fisheries management history for the country. Really.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. So when you started, did you know, it sounds like you kind of just saw a poster and got a little lucky in that way. Did you know that there were jobs where people worked with fish in national parks?
I hate to say, I probably shouldn't even tell you this, but when
we can edit it out if we need to.
When I first moved to Bozeman, one of my coworkers said, well, have you been to Yellowstone Park yet? Because I was trying to figure out what to do for the weekend. And I said, what do you mean a park? Is it, like Ferris wheel?
Yeah, does it have slides?
I've had visitors ask me where the zip lines are. So yeah, I think that's
well, to be fair, they're in West Yellowstone. So
yeah. And I want to say I was very young then. So
sure. Lots to learn. Yeah. So you were pleasantly surprised that there were actually jobs where you could do that.
It was awesome. Cool. And one of my first full weeks working for the Fish and Wildlife Service, they were doing their annual survey on Yellowstone Lake of the cutthroat trout. And so it meant spending a week on a boat gill netting on the lake. And we spent a night in the Park Service cabin on Peel Island because we were doing work in that area and we wanted to stay close to it. And unlike typical weather on Yellowstone Lake, it was bluebird days and flat, calm water the whole full week. And then the cutthroat that we were catching, if you haven't ever seen a cutthroat trout, they are a beautiful fish.
Can you describe them for those of us who haven't seen one?
So they're called cutthroat because they have a red slash on either side under their jaw. And they, kind of a typical trout. They have the same, body form, and then black spots more on the tail, and you get less as you move forward toward the head. But they can get really brightly colored. They tend to be olive, yellowy, brown, and they can, especially during spawning season, they can get these brilliant red sides and opercular plates and stuff. They're just beautiful.
That's cool.
When we came out on the boat this summer, when you guys were doing your research, you were pulling out some hogs. They were huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've caught a fish bigger than Jake's 40 pound.
Not a cutthroat.
It's all about competition here. So describe to us like a typical day. So obviously there's going to be a lot of variance, but if someone asked you what your typical day like is as a fisheries biologist, what was it like? What would you tell them?
Well, so it does really vary a lot. Obviously in the winter, we're not doing a lot of field work. We are in the office kind of processing everything that happened last year and trying to plan ahead for next year, which includes hiring, which can be a lot of work. Doing a lot of presentations to let people know what we know and where we think we need to go next and all that kind of thing. But the field work in the summer, all my work is on Yellowstone Lake, and it's a beautiful lake. I oversee some contract work on the lake, which is 3 to 4 crews, sometimes 5 of netters to try to depress the lake trout population. Lake trout are an invasive species on Yellowstone Lake, and they'll eat the cutthroat trout. And so we're trying to eliminate them. We're not likely going to eliminate them, but hopefully we're going to suppress them to the point where they're no longer having an impact on the cutthroat trout population. And so we have these gillnet crews that will put out miles of gillnet and lift it every day to remove the lake trout. We also have a telemetry operation where we purposely put acoustic tags in male lake trout and let them go, and then kind of relocate them so we can give that information to the netters to help zero in on their day on, where to put their nets and stuff. And
so that term I've heard that I heard it with something else though. It's like invasive species. You can you put a tracker on them and they go to where they betray their friends. This whole idea of like a Judas species. Can you talk a little bit about that? That's that always made me laugh.
The idea of Judas fish
yeah.
is you put a tag in them that you can follow, and they take you to where their friends are and betray their friends. And it's not, we pretty much know where all the lake trout habitat is, but they move around a lot, and depending on the time of year and the water temperatures, they'll be at different depths. So a lot of times the Judas fish helps you really zero in on the depths to be fishing at, which also helps you avoid the cutthroat trout if you know exactly what depths the lake trout are at. And so if I'm on a boat where we're doing the tagging, we'll collect lake trout from the netters that are still in really lively condition and do surgery and implant. First, make sure they're males. We don't want to tag the females because they're the ones with the reproductive potential. So we want to make sure we kill all the females, and then implant the tags, make sure the fish recover so that they'll behave normally when we release them and let them go. Or if it's actually tracking the fish, we have 2 hydrophones in the water on either side of the boat, which helps us give a direction to find the fish so we can zero in on their location. And so then you're basically on the lake driving predetermined transects all day until you pick up a fish, and then you zero on that fish, and then you continue on your way.
And for the listeners who haven't seen Yellowstone Lake or been to it, it's a huge lake. So that's not an easy task.
Yeah. It takes us about 4 days to cover the whole lake.
Yeah. Wow.
And we don't actually even cover the whole lake because we avoid the really deep habitat because we aren't expecting to see any lake trout out there, and we're not going to set nets there anyway.
And then I think good backstory is we talk about lake trout being invasive versus the Yellowstone cutthroat. I mean, I guess is there a reason why we as managers prefer one over the other? Why are we trying to get rid of lake trout?
So the cutthroat trout, Yellowstone cutthroat trout, like I've said already a couple of times, they're just beautiful, but they are the native species in Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake is the most important population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout for that species, and just sheer numbers. And they evolved with only one other native species, which is the long-nosed dace that is, gets to maybe 6 inches and is very much along just the shorelines.
That's the fish I would catch.
So the cutthroat trout are naive when it comes to larger fish predator, piscivore. And the lake trout are native to the Great Lakes area, and they're also a beautiful fish, but they are a voracious predator. And so you take a really naive fish and then a really excellent predator and put them together, and it's just not good for the cutthroat trout. Mm-hmm. And the lake trout, I think the oldest one on record was 62 years old.
Lake trout?
Not from Yellowstone, but just species wise. So if we weren't out there taking out the lake trout, nobody else would be either. They reside deeper in the lake. They live longer. They get bigger. They have a lot higher reproductive potential than the cutthroat trout. And if left unchecked, they would decimate the cutthroat trout population.
And when you say no one else would get them, you mean other predators,
right?
Bears and fish or bears and birds and otters and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Like birds and otters, most predators tend to target the fish when they're shallow, and the lake trout don't spend much time being shallow. And then when the lake trout get big, they're too big. Like an osprey might try to grab a big fish, and then I haven't seen this personally, but one of my coworkers has seen an osprey grab even a cutthroat that was too big for it, and then it couldn't fly off, and it actually drowned.
Oh wow!
Because they can't they have a hard time letting go of a fish once they get their talons through
It's
it.
like the monkey with the banana
Yeah.
in the barrel situation.
But yeah, lake trout, well, they're impressive in their ability to eat other fish. They can eat a fish. The only thing that stops them is how wide they can get their mouth open, and they can eat a fish 2/3 their own size.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Can you do that, Jake?
No. Yeah. It's like a 150-pound fish.
Burrito. That's a big burrito.
Yeah.
So you obviously know a lot about fish. And so that's an important skill to have as a fisheries biologist. What, aside from that, or maybe not even aside from that, what do you think is the most important skill for someone who thinks that that's a really cool job and might be interested in applying for jobs like that?
It's probably similar to most jobs. I think the most important thing is to have a passion for what you're doing and a positive attitude and be flexible in what you're doing day to day. If you want to actually go into fisheries, a Bachelor of Science is an important aspect of your education. Typically, you're going to want to end up going back to school to specialize and get a master's degree. I would highly recommend for anybody thinking that way to get a lot of experience, or as much as you can between your masters, before your masters, and after your bachelor's. It helps you get a better idea of what's available, what kind of work you can be working in, and gives you really good skills. So then when you do go back to get your master's degree, you are a better candidate because you're not learning everything all at once.
That's great advice. And you probably want to go out on a boat and make sure you don't get seasick, right? Because do people get seasick on the lake?
They have, yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine it gets choppy.
Yeah, and
That'd be tough.
We have had a few volunteers come out from different places, even other fisheries biologists that come out, and they're really excited to give you a hand and be helpful. And they're looking for the horizon.
Yeah, then they're a liability.
I've been there. Before.
Well, and a quick follow up with the masters. Does it matter if you're specializing? Like, say if somebody's like, my goal is to work in Yellowstone, do they need to get a master's related to the species that are here? Or can you, if you happen to be, say, getting your master's in some other fish species, does that qualify you? Like, can you learn what you need to on the job, or does it really help to focus in on the actual species that you'll be studying in the park that you want to end up in?
I think the broader the education you have, the better. And you can focus in when you get to the particular job. Because the other thing is, even though Yellowstone might be your goal, that might not be your next step.
Gotcha.
So
that's good advice.
And then also, it's good to think outside of the box sometimes too. And if you have more familiarity with other habitats, other species and stuff, that you can bring in maybe a new perspective that somehow is different than what people have thought of before.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, and it sounds like your typical day is pretty cool, especially in the summer when you're out on a boat. What is your favorite part about your job?
You can probably tell I love Yellowstone Lake. So being on the lake is awesome. But I think the most rewarding, two things are most rewarding, but one is I work with amazing people, and being able to sit down with a coworker and talk about strategies and, how things are going, what happened over here, how we can pull that together, how we can best use our crews, and to just keep making things move forward is super rewarding. But then also taking somebody, we typically have student volunteers every summer, and they typically don't have much for experience. So taking somebody who really knows nothing about what we're doing and bringing them through a season and seeing them increase their skills and increase their confidence and get more sure about what they want to do and be excited about protecting the resource. That's pretty awesome. But then the other part is actually seeing the work that we're doing make a definite impact on protecting Yellowstone Park's resources. That's really rewarding as well.
Yeah. We'll let you slide, even though you gave us 3 favorites.
Yeah,
So
we said one, but we got 3.
But
It's okay.
That's your one mulligan for this podcast. Okay.
Whoops.
So with that, this is the hard question. What is the toughest part about your job?
That's a really good question too. You can get frustrated with the inability to do things as quick as you want because you have to go through proper procedures to make sure, just because I think something's really good to do doesn't mean it is. So there's a lot of checks and balances that you have to go through. Surprisingly.
Red tape?
Yeah. And then, so that can be really frustrating. And then also, supervision can be really challenging. It's important to be able to work well with people and not just work well with them, but communication is such an important aspect of all parts of life. And even though everybody communicates every day, it just amazes me that we all have so much more to learn on how to communicate better. So if I have an employee, for instance, how to help them be their best and get the best out of them can be really challenging, especially if for some reason they shouldn't have taken the job and don't really want to be there.
Yeah. And you mentioned earlier that you're doing hiring right now. How many people are a part of your operation?
So in the fisheries program, we have Todd Cole's our leader. Brian Ertel and I are both full fish biologists that have been here quite a long time. Andy Pachani is a new streams biologist who's doing great work. And then right now we have 2 student biologists. They're in the Pathways program, Cody Vendor and Drew McDonald. And each of us hires, with the exception of Todd, but each of us that are in the biologist series hire 2 technicians and 1 intern for the summer.
So you guys are a big operation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we have the contract crew that does a lot of the suppression netting, not all of it, but most of it. And they will have up to 20 people. Yeah.
And there's a lot of time, effort, and money that go into the fisheries program. Yeah.
Yep. And Cody and I work on the lake mostly. Brian Ertel and Andy cover streams outside of the Yellowstone Lake area.
Is that kind of how you divide it up? It's like the lake.
They're the ones that get seasick.
And then everything else. Is that how you divide your guys' work, is the lake and then everything that's not Yellowstone Lake? That's kind of the dividing line. Yeah. And
Brian focuses more on Yellowstone cutthroat, where Andy focuses a little bit more on the West Slope cutthroat. But since they're both doing river stream work, they work together a lot.
Gotcha.
So you talked a little bit about kind of the tougher parts of the job. So what is it about the Park Service that keeps you here and brought you here and keeps you here, I guess?
Well, just the protection of the natural resources, keeping the environment as intact as possible, and just the ecosystem function and all that. Those are all great buzzwords, but it's the beauty of everything working together that really draws you in, and it makes you really enjoy it.
Yeah. And some of our listeners might not be super familiar with the National Park Service mission. We all had to get it tattooed on us when we took the jobs, and Jake's is on his lower back, I think, right? Is it still there?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
but essentially the mission is preserving the natural and cultural resources, like you said, for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, and you've touched on this, but how does your job contribute to this mission? It seems like a pretty direct and easy to see thing.
We're spending a lot of time and effort suppressing the lake trout population so that the cutthroat trout population in Yellowstone Lake can thrive. And because that's the major population for that species of fish, it helps that whole species thrive. And it's a beautiful fish. Did I say that already?
Yeah. You can say that one twice. That's okay.
And then what I've learned here, not being a big like fisherman or person who fishes. I don't know what the non-gendered version of that is, but people love to fish. It's like crazy how many people are here in the summer. So it's like, and the whole idea of being the homeland of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout. I mean, it's like, this is like the world's largest population of that fish, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people come here to catch that. And it seems like, protecting it, and then people have that direct enjoyment. I mean, it seems like everybody appreciates being able to get out there and catch that big fish and put it on the gram.
Yeah. And not only, I mean, think about going out on Yellowstone Lake. This is a huge lake. And there's, 3 buildings on the entire lake. I mean, maybe a couple more, depending on how far away from the water you want to measure, but it's just spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah. You're out there.
Mm-hmm.
You're out there. All right. Well, before we wrap up, we're going to get into what we call the nitty gritty here. So I don't want to scare listeners away. This is a fair warning. There's going to be some government jargon. But fear not, we've got your back. So we have an introductory episode along with some links that we're going to put in the show notes that will explain all this in detail. So that said, for people interested in this type of career, and you've kind of already talked about the education aspect of it. So if I want to be a fisheries biologist, what's your job series in USA Jobs, series and GS level, and all that nitty gritty?
So my GS level is GS 11. And my job series is Fisheries Biologist 0482. And then like a lot of the seasonals that we're hiring this summer, they are fishery biological technicians, parentheses, fisheries. And because there are a lot of different biological technicians, and they're all in the GS 0404 series.
Awesome. Cool. And aside from the education aspect, is there any other formal training that someone needs to have to apply for this position? Or
not formal? A bachelor's is great. But like I said, the more experience you can get with different agencies, different areas, the better off you're going to be.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any other advice for people interested in that career path aside from what you've said already?
It's a great career. It's really fun. I've worked, when I left here from my first 4 years that I was here with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I did some work with the state, Wyoming Game and Fish. I worked with Fish and Wildlife Service in California, Northern Idaho, Washington. Every job I've ever had has been really fun.
Come work with Pat, is what she's saying. All right. Well, before we let you go, we like to ask everyone that comes on the podcast one final question. This one's my favorite. So what is your favorite story or memory in a national park? It doesn't have to be in Yellowstone, although you've been here a while. So there's a good chance it will be, but it doesn't have to be. It can be, a trip you took during annual leave or something. But do you have any defining story or memory from a national park?
There's so many to choose from. This one's really fish related though, so I'll share it. We were doing a snorkel survey on the Olympic Peninsula, and we were snorkeling Chinook salmon, which get quite big. Spring Chinook salmon in particular, they like to hide their head. They're kind of like a little kid in that if their eyes are covered, they think you can't see them. And so when you're snorkeling for them, you got to really look at the root wads and things, because they kind of stick their head in the root wad, and then you might miss them if you're not really looking closely. So I was coming down this stretch of stream that was actually pretty wide and flat and no cover. And this spring Chinook, I could see him. He was just in the mid-water column in front of me over this gravel bar. And he saw me, and he just sunk down and sat on the bottom. And I was getting closer because I was coming downstream. And as I got closer, he got as close to the bottom as he could. And then he actually rolled over and laid on his side.
Like until dead.
Yeah. Until I went by. And then he just took off.
That's awesome.
If he was wearing a turtleneck shirt, he would have slumped into it.
It was just so funny to see him actually trying to hide where he had nothing to hide.
That's amazing. And you'd never heard of that like type of behavior before, or is it just something you hadn't seen before?
I had not heard or seen it. So it just made me laugh.
That's awesome. So you're making scientific observations on your vacations even.
Actually, that was work.
Oh, that was work. Well, work vacation.
Yeah.
Sometimes the line gets blurred. Right?
Can I tell you my favorite question?
Yeah. That you've ever been asked, you mean? Yeah.
Somebody once asked me why all the Civil War battles were fought in national park.
That is a great question. What is that? That's a causation. What's the whole thing? Correlation, not causation. Yeah.
What was your answer?
I honestly thought they were kidding, so I started laughing.
So you just laugh.
And I said, well, people were very civil back then. And then I could see by the look, he wasn't kidding. And so I got real apologetic real fast.
I think that happens to all of us. You get caught off guard with the question because people joke with us all the time.
Yeah.
They ask us silly questions. So,
well, and especially like the people with dry humor, that's like really hard to tell. It's like, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, Pat, thank you so much for joining us. It was really cool hearing about your job and learning a little bit more about fish too. So I'm excited to go fishing. I think when the season starts.
I think I am also excited to fish, but I have this weird, I like the touching of fish. I don't know how hard to grab them or not. I feel like I'm like strangling them.
Yeah.
And I don't want to like mess their slime up, but then they know when I'm not holding them tight enough and then they flop around and then I drop them. So I just
what's the safe hand? Can we get an extra credit question here? What's the safe handling for someone who's fishing? What do you wear gloves? Do you not wear gloves?
We wear gloves. Yeah. The water is really cold for no other reason, but it helps protect the fish and it helps give you a little bit milder grip, but you don't want to grip them tight.
I feel like I'm going to squeeze the life out of them.
Yeah. And if you're angling,
don't grip it like a burrito.
Right.
Do it like
if you're angling, if you could keep them in the water while you're handling them, that keeps them calmer too.
I've seen that hashtag, keep them wet.
Yeah.
Okay. And grip it like a burrito, not a baby.
Yeah.
Right. Which, anyways, we'll leave it there. Anyways, thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's great talking with you, Pat. Yeah. Thanks for joining.
That's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Pat Bigelow. And if you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new people find the show, so we really appreciate it. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it REYP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you. as always. So, first question to kick it off: when and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together. And it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few, that was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my second summer there. Yeah.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than
Yeah, there is like
All the best people
for our
in Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So like that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of like reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. Every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. Like we have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have. But we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meeting that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it. Yes.
Yes. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety. There's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant. And what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able to, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines, or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR. We've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. And so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on it.
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that?
Well,
oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher, I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions. Because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
Mm-hmm. So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career, and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility. But I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question because, there are different routes that people can take. Because I have also known, couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to, and that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like I've done a couple different things, and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive. And I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to. And that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like you had already been at Yellowstone, so you know the park, you know people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well,
kind of
I'm not a very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Teaser in person. But.
So, even with the, I'll say difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship or a couple of internships, and you just see it and you just feel it, and it's just I just believe in what the Park Service stands for, and I've just met so many great people along the way, both fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it. I don't know. It just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here. I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission and, just to remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you know you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, you know, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, you know, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, you know, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and than necessarily. I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, yeah, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's administrative support assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on the job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, you know, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor. So I think it was visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time in grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, what seasonal maintenance workers need, and the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. They've were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, say you're an accountant, you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So
right.
To your point, it's like, if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, being organized, and, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here because, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general,
Yeah.
having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons and special ways that we do things. And, not just scrutiny, but like, we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one.
Yeah,
because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's like 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the back. Of course he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1, but to think that he got to be there and I got to share this special moment with him that will never ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely
awesome. Incredible. Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks
remotely.
So much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
Imagine that you're standing on a boardwalk in Yellowstone National Park. It's a sunny day in the height of summer. People around you look at their watches and then they back up, waiting for something to happen. Right then, this starts. A stream of water shoots 4 or 5 feet out of a hole in the ground. It pulses up and down a few times and then jets over 100 feet into the air. And it continues to do this for a few minutes. This would be Old Faithful erupting next to you, the most famous of Yellowstone's features. It does that all the time, with similar blasts coming from the ground at least every 2 hours.
I don't know. I get caught up just like anyone else. When I am visiting Old Faithful, I stop and I watch the eruptions.
That's Mike Poland, the scientist in charge at the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory.
Doesn't matter how many times you see it. It's no less spectacular to me than the first time I saw it. And the more you know about what's driving this, I think the more spectacular it becomes. That it's this heat engine that's beneath our feet that's made this possible. It's you're seeing the upper expression of this heat engine right at the surface, and I think it's sort of a magical sort of thought to have as you're watching these geysers go off.
Well, there are geysers all over the world. Mike says that Yellowstone is famous for holding the greatest concentration of geysers anywhere, and that these geysers have a deeper source.
Well, in order to get a geyser to really go, you need heat. You need water and heat. And of course, we have plenty of water around here. And the heat is supplied by a magma body that's underneath Yellowstone.
Which is basically a bunch of molten rock from the Earth's mantle rising up into the Earth's crust.
The magma body is sometimes referred to as a supervolcano, or the Yellowstone system is called a supervolcano. It gets that name because it can be the source of some truly humongous eruptions.
Yeah, this is kind of a funny jargon sorts of stuff.
That's Jake Lowenstern. He was Mike's predecessor as the head of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Jake says that what defines a volcano as a supervolcano is a past super eruption, and that such eruptions are really, really big.
So a super eruption is a meaningful term, and that's when you have more than 1,000 cubic kilometers of material that comes out in a single event. So that's let's try and visualize that. 1,000 cubic kilometers. If you took the state of Texas and you buried it 5 feet deep in material.
These super eruptions are much bigger than the largest volcanic eruptions of the 20th century, like Mount St. Helens or Pinatubo. The closest we've come to one in modern history was in 1815, when an eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia threw so much ash into the atmosphere that it was known as the year without a summer. The eruption and following climate change caused crops to fail in Europe and New England, and even prompted Lord Byron to write a poem about that summer titled Darkness. And Tambora's 1815 eruption? It is dwarfed in size by Yellowstone's prehistoric super eruptions, at least 10 times smaller. There are a number of volcanoes other than Yellowstone that have produced super eruptions in the past. But Jake says that in the Earth's history, these big super eruptions are pretty rare, with one going off every 100,000 years or so on average. And much like Yellowstone, these other supervolcanoes are not usually the cone-shaped mountains we often associate with volcanoes. Not that big triangle you might have drawn in grade school. Instead, these supervolcanoes are essentially giant sinkholes surrounded by mountains. And these sinkholes, or calderas, are what's left after devastatingly large super eruptions take place, blowing up everything that used to be there. Just like with Yellowstone's caldera, a caldera about the size of Rhode Island.
It's had 3 very, very large volcanic eruptions. The most recent one was 640,000 years old. So that seems incredibly old, and it is. But that was one of the largest eruptions in the last 20 million years in the United States, and it's one of the big eruptions on Earth that's well recorded in the geologic record, and Yellowstone is capable of doing that. So you have a lot of different things that happen here, yet because everybody has in their mind this one kind of big bad eruption, everybody assumes that if there is an eruption, it has to be the worst case scenario, and that everybody's doomed, and that's just wrong.
According to Jake, the kind of eruption most likely at Yellowstone would have a more regional impact. A small-scale eruption that could come in a few forms. Say, a giant belch of superheated gas and water from Yellowstone's underground plumbing system, or oozing lava flows like the ones in Hawaii.
It'll affect the people in the park, and it'll affect the park if something like that happens. There'll be forest fires when you bring lava out on the ground. It's hot. There's going to be road closures. You might dam up some rivers, but it's not going to be a national event. And that's the most likely kind of thing that can happen. And even that is not very likely. One hasn't happened for 70,000 years.
You can still see the evidence of prehistoric lava flows throughout the park. Flows that formed the main plateaus of rock across Yellowstone. But again, Jake really isn't too worried about new lava flows or other big volcano events popping up anytime soon.
If I were offered a job here and I were at the right time of life, I would certainly live here in a second.
Learning more about the Yellowstone volcano's past and paying attention to its present is what scientists like Mike and Jake do as members of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Scientists at the observatory come from groups like the United States Geological Survey, the National Park Service, and universities of the states surrounding the park. Again, Mike Poland.
Some of us are geophysicists. Some of us are geochemists. Some of us specialize in gas emissions or rock compositions. Other people specialize in locating earthquakes. So it's a unique group of scientists, and it's all really getting at ways of better understanding the current activity and the processes that are happening now beneath our feet.
Research trying to understand the volcano can lead scientists in unexpected directions. Mike and fellow researcher Elske de Zoo van Dolfsen are standing in the middle of a lodgepole pine forest as heavy wind whips the trees back and forth.
My goodness. I mean, I know they're designed to do this, but it's a little unnerving.
As Mike and Elske deploy a sensitive piece of equipment to measure gravity at the site, a pine tree maybe 30 feet tall breaks and falls to the ground, while the rest of the trees continue to crack and whine.
That would be an interesting manifestation in the gravity record if we had it running when that tree fell. We'd detect the vibrations from that. Okay, so we're doing a gravity survey throughout the park right now. And the idea is that gravity actually isn't a constant. It varies depending on what's beneath your feet. It will especially vary over time if there's an influx in mass beneath the ground, say water or magma. If there's more water or magma beneath the ground, gravity actually pulls a little stronger. And we can record that with these instruments.
These measurements of gravity could provide a better understanding of changes in the magma chamber below the park, and are one example of ongoing research at the observatory. Scientists are also studying the age of gases released by geysers and fumaroles to understand how old the molten rocks below the surface are, and where in the Earth's crust they are being melted from. Other researchers are measuring recent ground deformation, which means the changing shape of the Earth's surface caused from below. In 2014, in the park near Norris,
the ground began to uplift by several centimeters a year, which is extraordinary by geologic standards. This is something that, of course, you wouldn't notice, but measuring it with GPS and with radar satellites, we can see this uplift. Then there was an earthquake, and right after this magnitude 4 or so earthquake, the ground started to subside by about the same rate, several centimeters a year.
Researchers think that earthquake was caused by pressure releasing, heated water accumulating behind a seal and the seal breaking. After that, the ground started falling as the water drained out from behind the barrier. And while all this research helps scientists better understand what's going on under the park, Yellowstone's past of large eruptions can add a dramatic flair to current events surrounding the volcano. In 2017, thousands of earthquakes were detected occurring in just over 3 months near West Yellowstone. Major news outlets often covered the story of the earthquake swarms and were quick to cite the potential for disaster.
It seems that whenever there's an earthquake swarm at Yellowstone, this idea that the volcano is about to erupt comes up. And there are swarms all the time. If it were true that Yellowstone swarms were indicating an eruption was imminent, then eruption is likely to be imminent every year. So this is just the way Yellowstone works. Yellowstone releases seismic energy in swarms. Some swarms are big, some swarms are small. It's what Yellowstone does. So they're not anything to get worried about. In my opinion, they're more something to get interested by. The rocks that are around tell a heck of a story. Obsidians and ash flows and basalt lava flows all mingled together. So there's a story recorded in the rocks which tells the geologic history of Yellowstone, and it's an interesting story.
And this story, the story of the volcano, it can be seen everywhere in Yellowstone. It's one of the things that makes Yellowstone so unique. The shape of the land, the course of the rivers, and all the amazing thermal features, they're all dictated by the volcano. Even plant and animal habitats in the park are defined by volcanic rock types. The volcano isn't just written across the landscape, it is the landscape. And this is something special to see, even for a scientist studying it.
It's a place, there's a reason that there are millions of people a year that come to visit. It's really a privilege to work in such a spectacular place, not just geologically and volcanologically, but also in terms of its ecology, in terms of its landscapes. It's a real wonderland. So come to Yellowstone and look at the landscape, explore the geology.
For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is Telemetry.
Welcome to Core Facts, where we're always short on time and big on science. I'm Brian Campbell. Today's question is, why is Yellowstone called Yellowstone? Contrary to popular belief, Yellowstone was not named for the abundant yellow-colored rhyolite lavas in the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone that have been chemically altered by reactions with steam and hot water to create vivid yellow and pink colors. Instead, the name was attributed as early as 1805 to Native Americans who were referring to yellow sandstones along the banks of the Yellowstone River in eastern Montana, several hundred miles downstream and northeast of the park. And now you know. Join us again every week for a new Core Fact. For other Core Facts, or for Corecast, our in-depth science podcast, go to usgs.gov/podcasts. If you'd like to have a question featured on our show, give us an email at corefacts@usgs.gov or a phone call at 703-648-5600. Remember, long-distance fees do apply. Core Facts is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior.
In 1872, the United States, a country that had not yet seen its first centennial, established Yellowstone as the first national park in the world. President Ulysses S. Grant signed Yellowstone into existence, and a new concept was born. And with it, a new way for people to preserve and protect the best of what they had for the benefit and enjoyment of future generations. Yellowstone Lake is one of the largest high-altitude lakes in North America and is centered over the Yellowstone caldera, the largest supervolcano on the continent. In the southwest area of the lake, the West Thumb geothermal area is easily accessible to visitors. Geysers, fumaroles, and hot springs are found alongside and even in the lake. The federally funded Hayden Geological Survey of 1871 provided the most detailed and scientific descriptions of Lake Yellowstone in the pre-park era. The Hayden Party, 34 men in all, launched Annie, the first boat to sail on Yellowstone Lake, and began exploring the islands and shoreline. The first photographs of the lake were taken by William Henry Jackson, and paintings by Thomas Moran, along with the Geological Survey, played a prominent role in convincing the U.S. Congress to pass legislation creating Yellowstone Park. Yellowstone Lake is the foundation of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the largest remaining nearly intact ecosystem in the Earth's northern temperate zone. It provides the key ingredients to a large and complex food chain that sustains many of the animals for which Yellowstone is so famous. In 1894, the Lacey Act was passed by Congress, giving full protection to wildlife in Yellowstone Park, with the exception of wolves and coyotes. This act paved the way for future wildlife and environmental movements. From the days of the Hayden expedition to the present, Yellowstone Lake continues to be a source of rich, diverse, and sometimes surprising information that is rare among the world's Great Lakes. Lake Yellowstone and Yellowstone National Park, in all its preserved glory, is like no other place on Earth, and must be seen and experienced to be believed and enjoyed.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ranger Jake here in Yellowstone National Park, and today we're filming in Mammoth Hot Springs area. Over my shoulder, we have Mount Everett in the background, and I'm joined today by our bear management biologist, Carrie Gunther, and that's because today we're going to be talking about the past, present, and future of bear management in Yellowstone. So I want to thank you for joining us in this next installment of our 150th anniversary virtual video series. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump behind the camera and we'll get started and we'll let Carrie take it away. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks. So Yellowstone National Park was established in 1872, and it was set aside primarily to protect the geysers and the thermal features, and bears and other wildlife really weren't one of the primary considerations when the park was established. However, bears quickly became one of the park's primary attractions. Early in the park's history, hotels were built in some of the geyser basins, and garbage management was quite a bit different back then, and so the garbage from the hotel kitchens was just dumped right out back behind the hotel. By the early 1890s, the park superintendent was reporting that large numbers of black bears had begun to congregate to feed on the garbage piles behind these hotels. And then within a few years, the superintendent was also reporting that large numbers of grizzly bears were now also congregating at those garbage piles. So park visitors would come, tour the geyser basins, come back to the hotel in the evening for dinner, and then just before dark would go out to watch bears feed on the garbage behind the hotels. And this became so popular with park visitors that the National Park Service actually formalized the procedure and put in lunch counters for bears, as they called them, and they would take the choicest barrels of kitchen scraps and dump them on a platform, and then had log bleachers that visitors could sit in, and hundreds of people a night could sit and watch bears feed on garbage. By 1910, the first report of black bears panhandling for human food handouts along park roads were reported by the superintendent. So even before we had motorized vehicles in the park, bears were learning to beg for human food handouts from park visitors traveling through the park in horse and wagon. And then this quickly took off as a primary tourist attraction, and Yellowstone National Park became known as a place where you could see bears up close, you could interact with bears, you could feed bears, you could use food to lure bears into interesting positions for photographs. And from that point on, Yellowstone really became known as kind of a bear park. Management of our developed areas and campgrounds was also quite a bit different. We didn't have bear-proof garbage cans or dumpsters. We didn't have bear-proof food storage lockers. And there were no ordinances initially preventing people from feeding bears. And so grizzly bears and black bears would come into the developments and the campgrounds and usurp food from park visitors, sometimes taking their food right off the picnic table as the visitors ran away. Having all these bears that were conditioned to human foods, getting fed by visitors, they were habituated to the presence of people, interacting so closely with park visitors also led to a lot of bear-human conflicts. So from the 1930s, when the park began keeping good records, up through the 1960s, we were averaging 138 bear-caused property damages per year, typically damage to people's vehicles, camping equipment, tents, buildings, mostly with bears trying to get access to human food or garbage. And we were also averaging 48 bear attacks per year. So with 48 bear-inflicted human injuries per year, things were fairly dangerous. A lot of these injuries were relatively minor, but some were quite severe. And so the park began looking into efforts to try to reduce the number of bear-human conflicts and the number of bear-inflicted human injuries that were occurring in the park. Then in 1967 in Glacier National Park, 2 people were killed in 2 separate incidents in one night by 2 different grizzly bears. And that was really a wake-up call for the National Park Service that all the bear parks had to clean up the parks so that bears weren't getting into so many conflicts with people. So that led to Yellowstone National Park implementing a new bear management program in 1970. As part of that program, we closed all the garbage dumps in the park, and from that point forward, we began shipping our garbage out to incinerator in Livingston, Montana, well out of occupied grizzly bear habitat. We also bear-proofed all our garbage cans and dumpsters in the park. We began strictly enforcing regulations that prohibited recreational hand feeding of bears. We also converted our backcountry campsite system from dispersed camping, where you could pretty much camp anywhere you wanted in the backcountry. We converted to a designated backcountry campsite system where you got a permit for a specific campsite, and in each designated campsite we provided either a food storage pole or a food storage locker. And that really cleaned up our backcountry campsites of any conflicts with bears. We also began campground food security patrols each evening to make sure everybody put their food away, locked up in their car in a bear-proof manner. And we did several other things. We began carcass management, where we move carcasses. If an ungulated elk or a deer dies in a development or a campground, we'll move that so it doesn't attract bears into our developments and campgrounds or right next to the road, to try to reduce the number of interactions between bears and people. Now, bears had a tough time coping with the loss of the human food handouts and garbage. And so a lot of bears persisted in trying to obtain human food and garbage, and often damaged property in the process. So a lot of those bears were removed in management actions. And so that 1970 management program initially led to very high human-caused mortality, as these bears that had grown up mostly eating garbage were removed from the population if they couldn't figure out a way to persist on the native foods found in the park. We also saw that our cub production declined, so average litter size went down. The first age that adult females would have their first litter, that increased. Bears were older before they have their first litter. And then the interbirth interval, so the number of years between litters, also increased. And this was probably due to bears that were used to feeding on garbage, didn't have that garbage to supplement the native foods, and so they lost weight. And then cub production declined, and cub survival also declined during that period. And ultimately, this is what led to grizzly bears being listed as a threatened species in 1975. So for about the first 5 years of our new 1970 management program, things weren't going very well as far as the bear population was declining due to that high mortality combined with low cub production and survival. However, over time, we learned how to reduce human-caused mortality of grizzly bears in the park by preventing them from ever getting into human foods. Then they didn't cause conflicts, and so we didn't have to remove them in management actions. So eventually our population began to increase. Our females figured out how to more efficiently survive on the natural foods found in the park, and so cub production went back up to about what it was. Average age of first reproduction declined again down, so bears were having their first litters at a younger age, and then that interbirth interval also got shorter. So females were producing more litters and having better survival of those cubs.
Was that something that you guys predicted, thinking that once we do this, we are going to see these effects, but they're going to be somewhat short term and then they'll turn around? Or was it like, oh no, what did we do?
We did believe that there'd be high initial mortality. I think the mortality, though, was higher than anybody actually expected, even higher than what people expected. And so the Craighead brothers, who were doing research here at the time, believed that prior to the dump closures, there was about 222 to 245 grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, with most of those centered in Yellowstone National Park. After the high mortality associated with the dump closures, the Craighead brothers estimated that the population declined down to just 136 grizzly bears. So that mortality was higher. Even though people expected slightly higher mortality, they didn't predict that it would be as high as it was. And then once grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species, all the land and wildlife management agencies in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem began working together to conserve bears and reduce human-caused mortality and protect habitat. And so over time then, the population began to increase. And today, population estimates are about 1,000 to 1,100 grizzly bears in the ecosystem, up from possibly as few as 136 in the mid-1970s. And when grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species in 1975, it was estimated that they occupied an area of about 6,000 square miles in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, so Yellowstone National Park and some of the wilderness areas surrounding the park. Today, the population occupies an area of over 26,000 square miles, so significant range expansion, to the point now where grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem are only about 65 kilometers from grizzly bears in the northern Continental Divide ecosystem. So in the next generation or two, we might get connectivity between the two populations.
And what's the benefit of that?
Genetically, you're always worried about an island population due to effects of inbreeding. So if we can get these two populations connected, where bears can pass from one to the other, it would really help the population genetics on a long-term basis.
And do they think, like, I'm guessing the 65 kilometers is documented, and do we know, like, can you make an assumption or infer, like, you know, if we're documenting them this close, it's possible that they may even be closer or wandering in and out that we're just unaware of?
Yes, it'll take us time to discover once bears do interbreed between the two populations. So genetically, we can tell if they do. We are getting some reports of grizzly bears in between the two populations now, within that 65 kilometers. We can't always confirm those, but we're starting to see signs of it. So, you know, it likely will happen depending on how high the human-caused mortality is in that area.
Gotcha. Cool. So what else is going on today as far as, you know, what are, with all those things that we were doing in the past and then what we're doing today? I mean, what's a typical day for you out in the park, you know, regarding bear management? What's it look like these days?
Yeah, these days we have conflicts at a very low level. We'll have only 2 to 4 grizzly bear human conflicts in a year now, and some of those are pretty benign, where we used to have 138 conflicts a year. So we've really reduced the number of conflicts. We really jump on our management right away. So if a bear shows up in a development or in a campground, our dispatch will call us and we'll come haze the bear out using rubber bullets, beanbag rounds, or cracker shells. And we do a lot of food storage management. We're still doing food security patrols. We're installing bear boxes in all our roadside campgrounds. So we have almost 2,000 campsites. And we used to require that people just store their food in their car. But the more easy and convenient we make food storage regulations for park visitors, the more likely they are to comply. So by putting in a food storage box in every campground, it makes it real easy. So people can just throw all their food in the bear food storage box and they can go out and tour the park. And it keeps bears safe, and it also makes it easy and convenient for visitors to comply with that regulation. We're still doing a lot of carcass management. Nowadays, if an elk or a bison dies near a road or a campground, it might attract anywhere from half dozen to a dozen grizzly bears. So we move carcasses to places where bears can feed on them undisturbed by people. So the bears still get the nutrition, they still get the food, but not with 100 people within 10 or 20 yards trying to take pictures of them. And this keeps visitors safe as well.
And what about just like typical, like even when there's not a grizzly or not a carcass on the side of the road and bears are moving around, what's it like for a visitor coming, viewing bears these days? What's some good practices that they should follow?
Yeah, seeing bears is very common today. So we'll get thousands of reports a summer of people seeing bears. Some bears still get very used to people, but they're not getting human food. So they'll be feeding in the meadows right next to the road. And, those will create big bear jams where all kinds of people stop to view and photograph and just appreciate bears. And so what we ask in those situations, be considerate of the bear. The bear really just wants to be left alone. But, you can take your pictures and stuff. We just ask that all visitors maintain at least a 100-yard distance from bears. So if the bear is moving towards the road to cross it, don't get in front of it. Move away so you maintain that 100 yards. That makes it safe for the visitor, safe for the bear. Don't follow, approach, or encircle bears. A lot of times everyone wants a front row seat for a picture, so they'll form a big circle around a bear. Bears might get a little agitated and nervous if they feel enclosed in by that many people. So, treat the bear with respect. Think about the poor bear that's out there. He's a bear. He just wants to be left alone. He needs to be feeding in those meadows. So, don't be running. A bear that might cause a bear to chase you. Don't be yelling and making a lot of noise. When you're at a roadside traffic jam, be respectful of the bear and maintain that 100-yard distance.
And what about people in the backcountry? Is there any particular, or if you're hiking, if you're getting away from the road, is there any particular thing that we, want to impress on people?
Yeah, so backcountry hiking, we like to reduce injuries as much as possible. We currently average just 1 injury per year, and it's typically a surprise encounter, usually a solo hiker that has a surprise encounter with a female with cubs. And the female, she believes that the hiker's a threat to her cubs. She just wants to neutralize that threat, gather up her cubs, and leave. So you can reduce the odds significantly by, first of all, hiking in larger groups. So groups of 3 or more people are rarely ever injured by bears. So if you can just find 2 friends to hike with, you'll have significantly reduced the odds of being injured by a bear. Then when you're hiking, we ask everybody to carry bear spray. Bear spray is a very cost-effective method of diffusing aggression in bears. So it's a hot pepper solution that you spray out of a can if a bear's charging you. So we recommend that everybody hiking in the backcountry carry bear spray and know how to use it. And then another very cost-effective way of reducing the odds of being attacked by a bear in the backcountry is to make noise, especially in blind spots on the trail. So if you're coming up over a hill or around a tight corner in dense vegetation regrowth, give a couple shout outs, hey bear, just so the bear hears you coming so it has time to leave and disperse before you come around the corner and surprise it. If you do encounter a bear up close, what we recommend is, first of all, try slowly backing away. Often by putting a little bit of distance between you and that female with cubs, it'll diffuse the situation. Now that doesn't mean turn and run, because bears chasing that run. They're very predacious on elk calves, so they're used to running down things that run away from them. So you want to just slowly back away. And again, that distance you're putting between yourself and the female will often diffuse the situation. If the bear becomes agitated and charges, then you want to stop and stand your ground. By standing your ground, you're showing the bear that you're willing to defend yourself. And most of the time, if you stand your ground, the bear's going to either stop the charge short or veer off to the side at the last minute. And it usually won't follow through and make contact. Anytime you have a bear charging you, when it's 60 feet or closer, that's about the range of bear spray. So bear spray goes about 30 feet. But so when the bear's about 60 feet away, it's coming very fast. You want to start spraying, put a big cloud of bear spray in front of you, so the bear has to run through that cloud of bear spray, and then just keep emptying the bear spray into the bear's face. And bear spray is over 90% effective at stopping aggressive behavior in bears.
Awesome. So so we talked about the past and the present, and so I guess what are your hopes, for the future of bear management in Yellowstone National Park? What sort of things are we working on?
Well, we think with the way that our climate is warming, that our foods are going to change some. So we might lose some bear foods. We could gain some bear foods. Some bear foods are probably going to be less abundant. Others might become more abundant. So we really have to keep a close eye on this population. And again, bears, they're an omnivore generalist. They eat a lot of different things. Bears used to occupy habitat all the way from the Arctic Circle down into Mexico. So they're capable of surviving in a lot of different vegetation types, which actually that gives them that will help them with climate change because they can survive in a lot of different climates with different vegetation. But they're always very vulnerable to human-caused mortality. So we're going to have to continually try to figure out ways to keep human-caused mortality to an absolute minimum in this ecosystem to try to keep to try to conserve our bear population.
And how far away are we from all of the food storage containers in the park right now?
Yeah, with food storage containers, we currently have a bear pole or a food storage locker in all 300 of our backcountry campsites. And in the roadside car campgrounds, we have about 1,100 bear boxes installed, and we have about 2,000 campsites in the park. So we're probably still about 3 or 4 years we'll finish putting a bear box in every campsite in the roadside car campgrounds.
Awesome. That's good. So before we sign off, as someone who has worked in Yellowstone with bears for nearly 40 years, I feel like there might be some sort of a cool story or anecdote that you tell with friends when you're sitting around a campfire or something like that. I was curious if you have a story off the top of your head that you might share with our audience.
Well, yeah, boy, in 40 years I have a lot of stories. With bears, I think what I find so unique about bears is they're all individuals, and they're extremely intelligent. So they're a lot like humans. Unlike elk, all elk seem to do about the same thing, but each bear's an individual, and they have a personality, and bears will play and have fun. They'll be mad and upset. So it's just never a dull moment with bears, and they'll always surprise you. And in a lot of ways, they're actually very predictable, though, in how they respond to humans. I think park visitors are much more unpredictable than bears are.
All right. Well, we'll jump back on here. With that, I want to thank Carrie for joining us today for the next installment of our 150th anniversary video series. Thanks for talking to us about the past, present, and future of bear management. And thank you for your support for Yellowstone National Park, and we'll see you at the next video.
I've been here 14 times since the mid-'80s, and since we started coming in the winter, we never have come in the summer again. We just love it in the winter.
It's magical. It's absolutely magical. Not many people, lots of things to do, wonderful skis, snowshoes, hikes.
I think it's so cool that the colors are different in the summer than in the winter. Like Morning Glory has much more color in the winter than it does in the summer, to me anyway.
And we had a treat yesterday as 2 very, very large coyotes walked right by our cabin window and cabin door. We wanted to invite them in for wine, but they seemed to be in a hurry.
It's a spirit, sort of, in the wintertime.
I'm Betsy Heiner, and I'm from Colorado Springs.
I'm Mary Smith from Colorado Springs.
I'm Sherry Kimball from Colorado Springs.
I'm Helen Michaels, and I'm from Port Washington, Wisconsin.
This is Yellowstone National Park. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear and in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing, but
okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475?
That is very close. 452, I think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
in harsh conditions.
In harsh conditions,
on a volcano, no big deal.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. It's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow,
or both.
Or both. Yeah, for many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well, Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving and you hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to call to get this fixed?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually. I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What? Whoa. Wow. So what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village, and then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects that's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas in the park?
My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects. And they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that you've had?
So like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringa.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people, that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, I know that there's seasons, like,
sure.
But like,
for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. We can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, so unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest, and we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on. And then in the fall we start winding down a little bit, and we actually start gearing up for spring opening, for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until about, usually it's Memorial Day weekend's what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So for somebody who's interested in, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money. So in the summertime, we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects. We'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, put the time in and everything. But it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like it was an old dirt road. What, your crews did that? Like how much time and effort did you guys
oh man, that
seems like you worked around the clock.
Just about
is my memory.
Just about. We were, we started.
For people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after. And we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access, because basically Mammoth was cut off, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, we started on and, talking with Cam and everything. It's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
if it rained a little bit, you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here. It was just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If, you know, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job? Yeah.
You know, that's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, you know, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation, so that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
so yeah, like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, like, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase, because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything that, I mean, just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos, because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit, is get our stuff done, and then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into and go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there? Like
somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yes. Yeah. So, you know, with the challenges, like, you know, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, you know, reason to leave. But with challenges, like, even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
You know, it goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did, and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, you know, here, I mean, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment, or something that you did, or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that? Like,
you know, I mean, if you put it that way, there could be so many, just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, you know, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years, and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, you know, for that, because that's not just us either. I mean, the whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
You know, we had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, you know, we've had a lot of people talk about, you know, how they feel like, you know, the mission of the National Park Service, and, you know, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, you know, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself. You guys are working on roads. You know, how do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the, like, how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, you know, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. If the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, you know, to get there, and are miserable doing it, then, you know, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry, contractors, things like that?
You know, we get a few.
I'm just curious what the experience is like. You know, like it's different. I'm sure. You know, like you said, planning around the visitors and
and it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, you know, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, I mean, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this. They don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of inner development for us.
And so is there like formal training or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously, you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we're laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and
Sure.
you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But
Right.
now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of every park. We have 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment, can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour. Oof. And we have 7 of those.
Wow.
Because as like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow, break up the snow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah. And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind and
widens everything out with
do you have a mechanic with you?
We run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah. So I've had amazing. When my first year here, I came after winter and it was the spring plowing and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
it's
we
like
were
in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah. And Brian was running the rotary plow and just like, it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago, I went up to the Beartooths and it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah. And I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever. And then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there, which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so, yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier and they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when we're done.
Yeah.
You guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the things open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird. Sure. It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year and like, cause the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I'd come the next day and there's just like a 3 foot tall, 3 foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and I think Jake was kind of saying before, we built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah. And I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah. Like RVs are bigger.
And then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal size pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of that I get,
probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew. at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do. Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
We're going to take you down to listen to the lake sing. Come on down. Yeah, this doesn't happen all the time. It's fairly rare. So not many people hear this, because if there's any the tiniest bit of snow, the deal's off. The sound's all muffled. As this stuff freezes and tightens, there's movement underneath, so this crack will start, and the crack just takes off. And you'll hear these things that'll sound just like an F-16 just coming right at you. When the sun comes up, it begins in earnest, and the sun goes down, peters out. The activity will subside and stop, get quiet. I've tried singing along, but it just doesn't work too well. Nothing beats that. I'm Bruce Sefton. I'm with the Maintenance Division of the National Park Service here in the Lake District. Every day's fun.
This is Yellowstone National Park. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Miles Barger.
So I have a quick question for you before we get started on this week's episode. Have you ever hiked with a llama before?
I have not hiked with a llama before.
Is that because you don't want to, or is that because you've never had the opportunity?
I think it would be awesome. I've never had the opportunity. I've definitely seen them around at other parks, but I've always wanted a trail goat. That's a thing. Some people hike with trail goats. Yeah.
So wait, hold on. So what? All right, explain this really quickly before.
No, I've seen people in like national forests. They'll have, you usually need at least 2 because they're herd animals, and they can carry up to like 50 pounds each. So you can use them as kind of mini pack animals, but you don't have to put them on a string, and they just gather at night. Anyway,
what a chick magnet that would be. That'd be a conversation starter right there. Well, so my trivia question today doesn't have to do with goats. It does have to do with llamas. So do you know how many llama outfitters currently have contracts to do business in Yellowstone National Park?
I do not. I will guess 11.
It's actually 3. So you had a string of doing really well on these trivia questions that might have come to an end here.
Failure.
So there are 3 outfitters currently that would let you go hiking with a llama. So it's possible. Maybe a bucket list item here. Our guest this morning is someone who probably would have known the answer to that question. So she's Becky Wyman, a concessions management specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. Becky, have you ever hiked with a llama?
I have not.
No. So it sounds like we need like a work trip.
I think so.
To come out of this summer, because I love nothing more than hiking and not carrying my own stuff.
It makes it quite nice.
That sounds awesome. Well, it's awesome having you here today. So we didn't invite you here to just talk about goats and llamas exclusively. Although, if they come up more, I'm totally fine with that. We invited you here because you have a super important job in the Park Service that most visitors would know nothing about. You work a lot behind the scenes. And before we get into the details about what you do, as a concessions management specialist, actually, could you give us like an overview of what concessioners and what CUAs, commercial use authorization holders, like what are all of those things? Because a lot of listeners probably just have no clue what that is.
So our office oversees all of the commercial operators in the park. We have category 1, 2, and 3 contracts, plus our commercial use authorization program. The category 1 contracts include our large concessioners, currently Xanterra, Yellowstone General Stores. They do the lodging and retail type of operations in the park. We also have our service stations. Our CUA program oversees or has our fishing guides, photo tours, environmental education tours, that sort of scope. And then we have our category 2 and 3 contracts, which include our over snow operators in winter. We have a bear spray rental. We have stock outfitters that do day and overnight trips in the park.
Llamas.
That include our llamas, as well as a ski camp in winter that is located at Canyon.
Awesome. So the Park Service doesn't actually have, like, we don't run hotels or things like that.
That is correct. We have contracts that allow other operators to run those, and we oversee those contracts.
That is a lot. How many are there? Just like a rough ballpark. It's always changing, right? The number.
Well, all of our contracts pretty much stay the same. We have the 3 large category 1 contracts. Like I said, the hotels and retail general stores, and our service stations. We have 38 stock contracts that include the 3 llamas. We have 23 over snow contracts and 1 bear spray rental. And then I believe the number of CUAs exceeds 400.
Yeah, that's a lot. So that's a lot that you're overseeing out of the concessions office.
It is.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just thought that would be a good overview of like what your job entails before we kind of dive into the background, and then we'll kind of come back to a typical day of what it's like working as a concessions management specialist. So do you mind telling us a little bit about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service?
So I came to Yellowstone in 1998. I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed fisheries technician. So I started my career with the Park Service at Lake in Yellowstone, and I have never left.
So it hooked you.
It hooked me.
No pun intended.
Anyone get it?
Uh-huh.
And how did you hear about that job?
I think I heard about it through USA Jobs.
Awesome. Yeah, we have, and for those of you who don't know, who are listening to this and don't know what USA Jobs is, we do have an intro episode that kind of explains that, as well as some of the other jargon that we might talk about here. So just refer back to that if you have any questions. So you saw it on USA Jobs, you applied and you got it, and the rest is history.
And I drove my car out from South Carolina, and I've never left.
Wow. Okay, so you're from South Carolina. So you're an East Coaster.
I am.
Okay, that's me too. And then you found the mountains, and then I
found the mountains.
Gotcha.
Same.
So how did you get from that job, which is very different from what you do now? What was that transition like?
It is. So I worked for fisheries for 3 years. Then I moved to the bison office to follow my husband up to Mammoth. And then I just became a flexible park employee and did a variety of administrative roles. I was the natural resource admin assistant for the Center of Resources, which led me to a detail with at the time, it was the Planning, Compliance, and Landscape Architecture Division. So I was their admin assistant, where I made connections with people in that office that eventually would lead to my transitioning over to the Commercial Services Division in an administrative role. And then I just worked my way up. I oversaw the commercial use authorization program for several years before I got my current job overseeing the category 2 and 3 contracts.
Wow. So you've done a little bit of it.
I'm a jack of all trades.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's really cool.
I feel like that's a theme across these episodes. We've either had like people who decide this park is for me, and then you make it work within that park, or some people say this is my job path I want to follow and go wherever they need to go to make that happen.
Yeah.
Or I guess the third type, which is they just want to work in as many parks as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can spin an NPS career, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been here and you've been at Yellowstone. I don't want to do the quick math. What did you say? 98?
25 years.
Okay.
And, and I am in a dual career family.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that my husband also works for Yellowstone National Park has contributed to me being here
Sure.
as long as I have.
Yeah.
So.
So how many like dinner table conversations are just focused on Yellowstone?
All the
or are
time.
you guys just like, no, too
All the
much
time.
Yellowstone. We got to talk about something else.
I live vicariously through his job. He's got a much more interesting job than mine.
Well, so what does he do?
He's bear management.
Okay. So, well, I think there's lots of interesting things in both of those.
Yes.
In both of those jobs. So what does a typical day in your job look like? Is there a typical day?
Yeah. Typically I'm in the office on the computer, answering phone calls and emails. It's a lot of paper pushing, I guess you could call it. But part of that is just communicating with our concessioners. We review annual financial reports, preparing annual overall ratings, which I kind of liken that to a report card on how they're doing with their contracts.
Do you use a red pen?
I do not.
Oh.
I have one in my hand, but
That's what I was. You look like you're good at writing like F.
Yes. No, and we have very good concessioners. So A++. We review insurance, risk management plans, all things that are outlined in their contracts. Part of my job requires periodic valuations of the concessioners, and this lets us get out into the park to monitor how they're doing, making sure they're meeting service standards as outlined in their operating plans, making sure they're providing a quality visitor service, making sure the facilities are well maintained, and just ensuring the safety of the visitor and their employees. The part that I like most is I occasionally get to go out on horseback rides, ride on snowmobiles, or even take a ski trip every once in a while. So that's what gets me out in the park. So that's what I like.
So you're kind of, are you doing like the undercover boss type of situation where you're like kind of hiding in the ranks of visitors?
We
on
may
the snowmobile?
entail secret shoppers, but usually they know who I am. So
Yeah,
it's not quite as
if you've been here 25 years.
Yes. It's hard to be secret.
Yeah, that sounds like that's a really interesting part of that, is getting to test out those different ways of seeing the park. So that was a lot of different functions and tasks that you have. So what do you think is the most important one to be successful at your job?
I think communication skills and establishing relationships is the most important part of my job.
Yeah, because you're talking with
a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds.
Right.
Many of which I don't always relate to.
Sure.
So being flexible and just patient is very a really good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's definitely an important thing.
Yeah. I feel like this past winter, we've seen a lot of that because we've had such crazy snow conditions, by which I mean, until later in the winter, hardly any snow. So I've been on some of those calls and just seeing the like constant communication with people and trying to make everything work as best we can for them and for our visitors and all of that. It's given me a good insight into how much communication there is with all these businesses. And they of course have their own interests that are, they share interests with the Park Service, but they're also businesses. So they have very different things that they have to think about in terms of their long-term.
And Yellowstone's had a few hits lately with the flood, the lack of snowfall. Just it's impacted different people in different ways the last few years.
Yeah,
COVID.
It can be challenging to operate businesses on a volcano with crazy weather and you're at the whims of Mother Nature.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you kind of already touched on this, but is your favorite part of the job getting to go out on those snowmobile trips and pack trips and llama trips? And
anytime I can get out of the office is a good day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if it includes the backcountry, it's even better.
So you actually get to go on like a backcountry camping trip, like overnight. Do you do overnighters?
I haven't done overnighters with the concessioners, but I have gone out with our backcountry rangers to do stock evaluations in the summer. So I've gotten to go to Beckler, which I had never been to until that.
Yeah.
Last summer I got to go to Thoroughfare.
Cool.
And so
some pretty remote, some of the more remote areas of the park.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both places I would like to go and haven't made it to yet. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I guess on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of your job?
I think the toughest part of my job is just keeping up with everything. Even though Yellowstone is closed in the spring and fall, we're always preparing for the next season. And so we never get to take a break. And if you fall behind in the management of these contracts, the paperwork, it's hard to catch up. So just staying organized and on top of things is the hard part.
Yeah, I want someone to invent like this pause button.
Yeah,
you can just hit and no emails will come in and like you can just like catch up and then you can hit play again and then but I haven't found that yet. So
some of our jobs have sort of a pause button. They have the furlough. They're not allowed to check email for like 2 weeks or a month, but yeah, you're right. Yes. What about the regulations? Are they changing pretty often or do they stay fairly consistent?
I think they're staying pretty constant, but there are some tweaks that they throw at us every once in a while.
Yeah.
So we have to stay on top of those.
Yeah. I was wondering that. Continuing education.
Yes. There's definitely continuing education aspect.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So you've, even with those difficulties of just a lot of work coming at you, you've obviously done what you could to stay in the National Park Service and in Yellowstone National Park specifically. So why the National Park Service? What's kept you around?
I think just working for an agency whose mission is to preserve our natural and cultural resources, since that is my background. And I grew up, my family took trips to the Great Smokies, Shenandoah. And so it's just been part of who I was prior to the Park Service. And so it just made sense when I landed here that I would stay.
Sure. I guess it's safe to bet that you hadn't snowmobiled in South Carolina too much
I had
before
not.
you got here.
There was many firsts out here.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about this place is there's always a new experience kind of right around the corner that keeps you motivated, right?
Yes.
Yellowstone just gets some people and you just can't leave.
Yeah. Literally, you can't. They
just
don't
want to come back. No. Yeah, literally. They won't.
None of us ever want. So would you say that there's a defining moment in your career?
Having been here, this is my first and only park. And I think meeting my husband here and knowing that he wanted to stay here kind of defined my path. And so then I just had to redefine what my goals and ambitions were and find my place.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean that makes sense. Do you guys spend time in the park on the weekends and that, or are you guys?
We used to do that a lot more.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 teenagers, so
That keeps you
they
pretty
keep
busy.
us pretty busy.
Yeah, volleyball games and
volleyball games, basketball games. That's the challenging part living in a remote area is that aspect of it.
So can you kind of touch on that really quickly? Like that's an interesting perspective, raising a family in a remote location like this.
Yellowstone has been a fabulous place to raise kids, especially if you like the outdoors. But with that comes some sacrifices. We're an hour away from the nearest town, like big town for some recreational activities. But you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And if that's what you want to be involved with, you do it. We used to have them in ski school at Bridger Bowl every weekend, and we drive the hour and a half up there every Sunday. Soccer was in Livingston, which is an hour away. We had basketball tournaments and all of that, but we also threw in family trips, hiking, backpacking, fishing, rafting. I mean, you've got it all here. It's just you have to. We're an hour away from the closest vet for your pets. So it takes a special person to live here. But if you love the outdoors, I think this is a great place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the biggest. Miles, you've lived on the East Coast too. So like that was the biggest adjustment for me, is just how like no one bats an eye when they're driving an hour and a half somewhere. That's like nothing to them. And I'm like, whoa, that's very far to me. When I first came here, that was like a weekend trip.
Yep.
Was an hour and a half. And so doing that just to go to the store is definitely an adjustment.
And I think, like all of the parents that I know and have grown up with here, we all pitch in. We have daycare, we have preschool, we have grade school. And we all just probably have to do more here to be involved than you would on the East Coast or in larger metropolitan areas. But it creates that community as well.
Yeah, you probably don't find community like this in a lot of. I mean, this is pretty special.
It is pretty special.
That just can't happen otherwise, because people are off doing their own thing, driving all over the place.
Yeah, there's no one else to do stuff for you here.
Yeah.
So it's like
you kind of have to hang out.
Yeah, like my son has been in preschool the past 2 years, and I've been on the board because it's like only so many of us have a kid in preschool, and
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people here told me that when I was moving here. They were like, "Well, you'll be involved in a lot of things because you have to be, and also everyone will try to recruit your kid for everything because they're a precious commodity.
They are.
They're a limited supply."
We need more kids.
Yes.
Yeah. No. So getting back to your job. So the Park Service mission is to, like you alluded to, preserve the natural and cultural resources for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration for this and future generations. Those kids we were talking about. So with that in mind, how does your job contribute to that mission?
Well, I keep going back to when I was first interviewed for my administrative assistant position in the commercial services office, and Mary Murphy, who was a longtime employee of the park, made a comment that stuck with me, and she said, "Our division touches everybody's vacation. It impacts their experience." And so coming in, that's kind of motivated me to make sure that what I'm doing with our partners are contributing to that experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if someone has a bad experience, that they associate that with Yellowstone National Park and the National Park Service potentially.
And then also we work with our interpretive division to help educate our guides to be better educators for their clients that they take through the park. So it's a group effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, something I've thought about a lot. I don't know how to quantify it, but I would guess that all of our concessioners spend more, certainly like longer term hours with visitors than any National Park Service employee.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like most people, if they interact with a National Park Service employee, it's going to be as a visitor at a visitor center desk, maybe for like a few minutes because we are busy and there's lines and people have questions. Or maybe they get to go on a ranger-led walk or talk. I mean, that's a small percentage, but even those, maybe you're going to be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whereas concessioners, it can be all day or multiple days. It can be a really close relationship that people form. So I think about that a lot. I think in every park that I've worked at, that's been the case, that those really quality hours are often with a concessioner. So they're like a huge, not just an extension of what we do, but they contribute big time to that mission.
Yeah, for sure. So for someone who's listening to this and is like, man, that sounds like a cool job. I like a challenge. I like to go snowmobiling every once in a while. What's the series? Do you know your series in USA Jobs?
It's an 1101.
Okay. So that's what people can look at if they're interested in those, and that's concessions.
It's a concessions management specialist.
Okay.
And I believe they start at a GS7 and go all the way up to supervisory positions. There are, I don't know what the series number, but there is a concessions management assistant that might be like a 6-7. But yes, we're all over the Park Service in every park.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the other great thing is that every park has those types of jobs. So if you want to move around the country, you can do that pretty easily.
Absolutely.
That's another great part of that job.
And every park is different in the contracts and commercial use authorizations and activities that they offer. So pick your park, pick your activity, and there's probably something out there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. And do you need formal training to qualify for those positions?
Obviously not.
Just lots of experience.
I come from a wildlife biology background. I think a business, accounting, finance experience would be beneficial. I've kind of had to learn on the job. But one thing that's helped me in Yellowstone is just my varied experience working here, and knowing people and programs and the willingness to be flexible and patient. It took me a while to get where I am. And I made some choices for my family that kept me from taking certain jobs. And there were certain jobs I didn't want. But I think those type things would be beneficial for someone looking at this. I don't know that you need like an accounting degree, but I definitely think, people that have run small businesses or worked in, we have one of my coworkers worked, in a cell phone company, just having that knowledge of other business, having that acumen would be helpful. That's where I've been lacking. So it's taken me a few years to train myself.
Sure. And so is your advice would that be your advice for someone wanting that position? Just kind of be opportunistic and take what you can and kind of it'll work its way.
Yeah. And there's been several details that come across that I would encourage people to take advantage of to gain experience. Once you get into the program, our Washington office offers annual trainings with asset management, pricing and evaluation, financial management, commercial use authorizations to kind of bring everybody up to speed, because it is kind of a different aspect of the Park Service. And especially for those people in parks that have collateral duties, you're a superintendent, but you also have to manage the commercial services. It helps with those type things. But I do think there's some introductory trainings on DOI talent that anyone can take. Like, I think there's an introduction to commercial services. just to give you some background on the program.
Yeah, that give you that solid foundation to get started and kind of learn more about it. Well, that all sounds, that's great advice. I think super applicable to a lot of people listening. Do you have a favorite, before we let you go, do you have a favorite memory in Yellowstone National Park? I'm guessing you have a few in 25 years. But you can only pick one. That's my rule.
Okay. Well,
very strict.
After 25 years, I have too many. So I'm going to pick one that's not in Yellowstone.
Yeah, that's totally
before I came to Yellowstone, I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Vernal, Utah. And we worked in Dinosaur National Monument. So my favorite memory is just, I worked for an endangered fish project, electrofishing down the Yampa through the park. It was my first job out of college and the best one ever.
Can you describe to those who don't know what electrofishing is? Because it sounds like some heavy metal band from the 80s or something.
Well, we had a raft with electrodes that came out from a boom on the front of the raft, and it had a platform, and we turned the generator on to create the current, and we would go through the rapids with the electricity on, and the fish would get stunned and float to the top, and we'd have large nets hanging off the front of the boat that we would scoop the fish up and bring them in and tag them if they were the right type of fish.
And no fish are harmed in
that is correct.
They are okay for our listeners out there. Did you get any like really weird random species that kind of floated to the top?
No, it was an endangered fish project, so we were looking for specific fish.
Okay.
And so they were few and far between.
Yeah.
But
you just got to make sure that you don't fall in the water when those electrodes are on.
That's one of the like most amazing rafting canyons.
It's beautiful
in the country.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
I would love to go back.
That's another group trip that we can take.
Did you go through the gates of Lador?
That's the one section I have not done.
Gates of
so
Lador.
I
Yeah.
have
My father-in-law's
that on my
done
list.
it, and he's like says it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And it's a great name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Becky, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been awesome learning a little bit more about what you do and how you contribute to the National Park Service mission. So just thanks for taking the time to talk to us and teach us a little bit more about it.
My pleasure.
All right. That's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Becky Wyman. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new people find the show, so we appreciate it. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thank you.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is Telemetry. I'm Jennifer Jarrett. When I say top predator of Yellowstone, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? Well, Vincent Spagnuolo has another idea.
They're basically the wolves of the aquatic ecosystem here.
Vincent is a loon biologist with BRI, the Biodiversity Research Institute. He heads up BRI's Common Loon Project in Yellowstone National Park.
They are top predators, and they own that lake.
But in spite of their top predator status, Yellowstone's loons are in trouble. There are only about a dozen breeding pairs left in the park, and they're really isolated. The closest other loons are more than 200 miles away. This is Vincent Spagnuolo again, along with Dave Evers, the founder and executive director of BRI.
And so these are the only loons here, and they're basically on an island. We don't believe there's any immigration or emigration with this population, and that can be an issue where you have a small population with no chance of rescue from the rest of the species range.
And it could blink out. And it blinks out, we know it's not going to be recolonized for a long, long time.
If you want to keep a population from blinking out, if you want to preserve it, first you have to understand what's going on with it. Scientists are investigating what might be happening with the Yellowstone loons, and capture and banding is one way they're gathering those data. But catching a loon is not easy.
They are powerful, powerful birds. And yeah, when we get them in hand, we feel that we get beat up pretty good.
In fact, getting a loon in hand is so tricky that in the early days of loon research, just the thought of a reliable capture technique was pretty inconceivable. Biologists basically surrendered to the idea that they'd be outmaneuvered by the birds.
35 years ago, all of the working loon biologists in North America that I knew, and there weren't many then, knew that you couldn't capture a loon and band it.
Jeff Fair has been on the leading edge of loon science for more than 40 years, and he's worked with Dave Evers since the beginning.
And a few years later, this ignorant grad student by the name of Dave Evers developed a way to capture and band loons.
And the trick was to go after breeding pairs at night.
The night capture is a method that really works with the birds. We're not chasing the birds. If we try to chase the loons anyways, we'd never catch them.
Dave Evers' nighttime technique works because it lets the loons approach the researchers instead of the other way around. Researchers use a spotlight to shine a beam of light on the water that they can kind of hide behind. Then they mimic chick calls. Loon parents are super protective, so they approach to find out what's going on, and if all goes well, the scientists have caught their loon. I went out on a night capture attempt with Vincent and his team here in Yellowstone. And as I was about to learn, it's not just the loons that are tough.
The battery in your pack, and that's it? I have the battery in my stuff.
The car battery?
Yeah.
These guys were packing in a car battery. They use that to run the spotlight. If you've ever swapped out the battery in your car, you know how heavy those things are. And they had nets and all the sampling equipment. Oh, and they were carrying a canoe. Seriously, they had a canoe. And they hiked all that stuff into the backcountry for like 3 or 4 miles. And there were hills and bugs and even a couple of creek crossings. And the best part, the BRI folks were totally upbeat about it all.
Comes back on that side. Jack says to the bartender, "Hey bartender, you got any nails?"
500 miles and I would walk 500 miles.
We hiked to Yellowstone's Wolf Lake. The team was trying to recapture the female from that territory. They had banded her last year.
One bird's banded, one's not. We're going after the banded bird.
How important is it that you get it?
It's critical. We don't know where this population winters yet.
Like a lot of birds, loons are migratory. So during the spring and the summer, the Yellowstone loons breed and raise chicks in the park, but then they winter somewhere else. Scientists can keep tabs on the birds while they're in Yellowstone, address any of the big threats that they face here, like human disturbance or habitat changes. But that's only half the picture.
And we put a small device called a geolocator on one of its leg bands.
That's so they could track her.
And getting that device back, we can download data that will tell us where this bird wintered. We'll know what kind of threats they face on the wintering grounds, and that's a key piece to the conservation of this population.
Not to overstate things, but let's just say that they really wanted to get that geolocator back. Oh, and just to kind of up the ante a little bit, the team was 0-3 in their capture attempts in the park so far this year.
Y'all ready?
Yeah. Stay on them.
They missed it. The male from that pair spooked and made that sound. It's called a tremolo. And that made it really difficult to try to catch the female and that geolocator.
Coming back to you, Jeff. Easy girl. Easy girl. I know. All right.
Once a bird is captured, the team does a workup. Dave Evers walks us through the steps.
So when we catch a loon, we want to be fairly speedy and efficient with our time because we want to get that bird back in the water.
She's a little kicky.
Ouch. I think you guys are going to owe me a rain jacket.
So we go through this sort of process of measuring the bird in many different ways. We want to get the weight of the bird. We want to measure the bill.
Okay, bill width
Yes.
is 12.5.
Once we get the measurements, we want to take some tissue samples, so blood and feather. Blood's used for a lot of different reasons. We can look at contaminant analysis like mercury and lead. We can also look at different diseases and parasites, the overall health of the bird.
All right, I'm done.
God, you're good at that.
So a little vacuum container of loon blood, of 5 cc's of blood, can really tell us this world of what's happening for that loon.
All right, I'm going to grab this wing.
The feather that we grab, we usually cut the feather, and that feather tells us from a mercury standpoint how much mercury has been in that bird's body over its lifetime. And then we put bands in the legs.
I'm putting the geolocator in my pocket. Probably the safest place for it.
Considering your wedding ring.
Oh man, don't remind me.
There's 2 different banding schemes. One has a band number that fits into the federal bird banding lab. And then we have a color banding scheme. It's a unique color banding combination that only that individual would have.
It was green stripe over white.
So that way we can look at that individual loon remotely from the shore with a spotting scope a year, 2, or 10 years later. And that's our way of tracking these birds over time.
All of this took less than 20 minutes. And then
it's a loon capture.
Yeah. That's not easy. That's not like any animal capture I've ever seen. A little credit where credit is due. One of the things that was so crazy about this capture was the fact that Jeff Fair was able to pilot that canoe in the dark toward a moving bird. Now, Jeff's paddling skills are legendary in the loon world, but he does a good job with team building too.
There's one other job that I have. In fact, it's the major contribution I've made to loon science. And that is that when you do a good job, you celebrate.
Oh!
We call it communion.
I love you people.
Just for the loon.
Thanks, y'all.
Pretty terrible.
That is like cough medicine. Wow, thanks for including me in on that. It'd been so, I totally cried, you guys. I mean, that was just really amazing. See, this is why I'm not in science and I do what I do. Oh my goodness, I can't believe how beautiful that bird was.
Loons are a high-profile species. They sing and they dance, they attract people's attention, and people fall in love with them without ever being a biologist. You fall in love with any species, and you suddenly realize the complexity of the whole natural web of life.
And that we're all caught up together in that web. Loons are one of our more sensitive indicator species, a real canary in a coal mine. We're beginning to understand that threats to loons can be threats to humans, too.
Yeah, it strikes me, just to build on that there's this connectivity that I think that a lot of us are missing with nature, and that we all want clean air and clean water and a high quality of life, and we need nature to provide that.
We're fighting the good fight, and that's for loons, and that's for all species, and for advancing research and knowledge of the natural world. And I think I'll stick with loons for a long time, not just because of the birds, but because of the amazing people that there are. The entire loon world, just really dedicated and amazing people.
And speaking of dedicated and amazing, we still had to hike out with the canoe and the car battery. But this time, we had to do it in the dark.
Okay, ready? Let's do this! Milestones down at your door. Da 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 da.
Yellowstone National Park, I'm Jennifer Jarrett. This podcast is supported in part by the Yellowstone Association, the Yellowstone Park Foundation, and by a generous grant through the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is Telemetry. Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk. We had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place. and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. Now that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species, you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question, these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator. Of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with. That's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, it's about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat, but underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability. But so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow, all these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves. And that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are three primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. Two, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The third reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by one or two, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with the human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation, typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states. And so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people. And neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries, and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably didn't even at that level affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals. So they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers. And that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, we've had a good radio coloring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, Northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
So you're brand new, so I'll just, oh, you do have one? Okay, okay. Well, I'll take an extra. We'll have an extra. Awesome. So you've used them before, right?
I'm standing on the side of the loop road in northern Yellowstone with biologist Andrew Ray and his intern Casey Fitzgibbon. Before we hike away from the road, Andrew is explaining how to deploy bear spray in case we have a close encounter with a bear. He holds the 8-inch canister of pepper spray in one hand and puts his thumb on the plastic safety.
What you need to know, right? You got to take the safety off to be able to pull the trigger, right? And it's not an easy thing to do, but you just lift that up. Yeah. All right. But if something's coming, we're all going to sort of stand abreast. We're going to face it. We're going to talk to it, but we're going to have this at the ready. And part of having this at the ready is having your safety off. Okay? Because otherwise you're just pushing down on the safety.
Andrew spreads out a map across the tailgate of his truck and points to a spot in the mountains above us.
So just to give you guys a quick orientation. So we're here on the loop road, and you know the big blacktail ponds. We're over here. We're going to hike up. Our goal is to hit site number 2 there. So it's a nice little pond sitting on the top of the hill, fantastic views, and it's a great spot for chorus frogs and tiger salamanders.
Andrew is a biologist with the National Park Service's Inventory and Monitoring Division.
Yeah, I get to spend my summer knee-deep in these habitats that most people don't take time to wade into. And I get to explore them.
It's May, and snow is still melting off the higher elevations in the park. Hiking up the hill, far above the road, we bump into 7 or 8 elk moving off into the trees. We start talking about how the haunting sounds of elk bugling in the fall are one of the signature sounds of the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, so just as much as that sort of leaves an impression, right? Like that rich, real, authentic sound of wildlife, that's what chorus frogs are. You know, that's the sound of a marsh. If marshes make sound, that's the sound of a marsh.
And Andrew says we'll know the frogs when we hear them. They sing, sometimes a few at a time, and sometimes a full chorus of many frogs. Moving over the hill, we see a small pond below us. There's a wet grassy area leading into it. We think that we hear a few chorus frogs, but they quiet down as we approach. So they get all shy when you...
Yeah, but that's the really cool thing about frogs is once you sit there and you sit still, they'll resume what they were doing, you know, so they'll suspend calling for a little bit and go into that duck and cover mode. But once you sit there and they realize, you know, you're not a threat, they'll resume what they're doing, so they'll go right back to calling.
Huh.
Yeah.
We sit quietly for a few minutes, and then, one by one, they start singing again.
It's pretty fun to try to break it down, right? And like, sounded like two individuals were down there for a while, then a third chimed in, and there was at least one here. And they're actually really rapid calls, so it's just a second or two, and it's like you're running your thumb down the tines of a comb, that sound, right? So you're hearing it, and then they'll do maybe 20 of those, or 25 of those in a minute. So it's just, they're really blasting it out, advertising where they are. Now hear one over there.
Okay, yeah, so what are they doing right now?
They're advertising their presence, right? So they're standing, they're ultimately trying to attract a mate, but they're letting other males know they're present, that they've got this spot of the pond, and then they're letting a female know where they are. You know, they're so small, the vocalizations can help bring in the female.
Sometimes the frogs will chorus from April all the way into July. And when they really get going, the sound can be intense, like this. But Andrew says their full sound isn't even the most unusual part about chorus frogs. Later in the year, as late fall comes to Yellowstone,
they're looking for a place to go hibernate. We can't see it, obviously, but people who have measured it have started to see changes in their blood chemistry. So essentially, they're creating an antifreeze.
Yeah, he said antifreeze. It's a pretty amazing adaptation, allowing them to survive winter in Yellowstone. A winter that can last up to 6 months. The chorus frogs make their version of antifreeze by producing extra glucose in their blood.
And they're in that state as long as it's snowy. But it's absolutely remarkable to me that they overwinter just inches below the surface.
And the glucose in their blood protects their cells from collapsing while frozen.
And what happens is upwards of 2/3 of their body is frozen. So completely frozen, with a heart that has stopped altogether, limbs that don't move, and lungs that don't function.
As crazy as that is, freezing just below the surface turns out to have a big benefit as winter comes to a close.
When temperatures start to warm in the spring, the exact opposite happens, right? You start to get a little bit of heart and lung function, and eventually their extremities start to move. And the cool part about that is when you're really close to the surface and you get some warm, early warm spring days, you're the first to respond. If the other species of amphibians are a meter down below the frost line and deep into burrows, the temperatures aren't changing as rapidly as they are at the surface. So these frogs are the first to get into ponds as soon as the ice and snow is off the surface. And so they're in the ponds earliest because they're the closest to the surface.
This gives the chorus frogs a potential advantage over other amphibians, and more time to take advantage of seasonal wetlands that may dry up later in the summer. Yellowstone is home to 4 other species of amphibians, including western tiger salamanders, Columbia spotted frogs, western toads, and plains spadefoot toads. There is one kind of environment, though, that they all need: shallow water habitats. Biologists are concerned about how much of this habitat will be available in the future. As temperatures in the Earth's climate rise, these shallow water habitats could dry up.
One of the consequences of a warmer climate is less snow and less water to fill places like this. So the sounds that we hear that are unique to this place and the organisms that are present in these habitats, they don't have the ability to escape that. They don't have the ability to move away from that. There will certainly be water and snow in Yellowstone long into the future. But a river with fish or a deep lake with fish is very different than this place that's before us. And so I guess the thing I want people to think about is there are biodiversity and physical
consequences to a warming temperature. And these sort of special habitats that are so biologically rich, they're the most threatened by a changing climate.
In one warm, dry year during the monitoring study, the shallow water habitat shrunk by 40%. This led to a 50% reduction in breeding pairs of boreal chorus frogs. Andrew thinks it's likely that we'll see more of that in the future. And the potential for shrinking amphibian habitat isn't just in Yellowstone.
I mean, these are a group of organisms that were here before dinosaurs were here, okay? And so they're going to be here probably after humans are gone. But I think we can expect a future that has fewer amphibian species than were here historically. And when I say here, I don't necessarily mean Yellowstone, but I mean on Earth. And there are places where there really is a crisis, where amphibians are blinking out.
Andrew says that the northern leopard frog, which used to be present just south of Yellowstone in Grand Teton National Park, hasn't been seen in decades. And so understanding what is going on with the remaining amphibians in Yellowstone depends on the data that Andrew and others are collecting.
So we study 31 watersheds around Yellowstone and Grand Teton, spread all around the park, or all around both parks. And they represent just, 1%? I think there's 3,370 watersheds, and we study just 31 of them. But we revisit those watersheds every year, and we survey all of the ponds in those watersheds. And it's our hope that in another decade or in 2 decades, then we'll have a data set that really does allow us to talk about long-term change. So while a warm year now may be followed by a cool, wet year, our future in this place looks drier, which I think our data suggests means fewer ponds that support breeding chorus frogs, but also fewer ponds that support breeding Columbia spotted frogs, tiger salamanders, and western toads. And while those are our vital signs, there's lots of other wetland-dependent species: beavers, trumpeter swans, moose, bats. Some bats are specialists to wetlands. And so if you have fewer wetlands on the landscape, you have fewer opportunities for those individuals to access water. So while we're studying frogs, we like to remind people that they serve as just a proxy for other species that are dependent on wetlands.
We're standing near the same small pond when the weather starts to shift. Darker clouds move in off the horizon, and Andrew and Casey and I decide to pack up and head back towards the trucks. As we're getting ready to go, I asked Andrew why they chose boreal chorus frogs to monitor in the first place.
We know that amphibians don't occupy every wetland in Yellowstone. We'd be naive to think that they do. But we know species like boreal chorus frogs from our monitoring. They occur in, a third of the wetland habitats throughout Yellowstone and Grand Teton. That's high elevation, that's low elevation, that's near a river, that's far away from a river. They can use shallow, isolated habitats. And using something that's common and widespread is valuable. And we want to keep those things common. If those things become imperiled, the things that we know historically were common, then that should give us pause. That should make us think about what might be driving that change.
Biologists view amphibians as a kind of litmus test for big picture changes in the environment and the overall health of the environment. But Andrew thinks that amphibians have a value beyond just being a vital sign for the park.
I think it's relatable because a lot of us have had experiences with amphibians, and we can still have those today. But amphibians, like so many organisms, are experiencing declines, and it's an opportunity to discuss our impacts, societal impacts on biology, but it's also, a place to talk about discovery and to talk about biodiversity and to talk about climate change and to talk about the value of parks and protected places. So to me, why do we care? Because Yellowstone is a place that's still intact. And in terms of the lower 48, it's a really special place because it has its full complement of species. And so it's important that we look not only at grizzly bears and wolves and bison, but it's important that we also look at frogs and fish and microorganisms. The most basic and fundamental part is that it is a part of Yellowstone's biodiversity.
For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. And maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop, whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake. Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water is heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah, so if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. So Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist at just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
roads,
like with a B?
Billion with a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a web page with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/What We Do podcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here. Boring. We're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time. during the year. So, for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very
Yes.
lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same, where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division, law enforcement officers, obviously those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first 3, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So for example, you might hear someone say like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all of this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's fire management officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm
you
going to
can
say...
round to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was going to say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
Up.
little higher.
I'm getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000.
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
it's 2 Rhode Island.
2 Rhode Islands
and the chain.
So maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
Or in
fire,
general?
well, in general, it was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to his wife and said, we've got a potential work studies student if you interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors and employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year, and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova, wearing rain gear. And honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you just had been in the shower for 2 months. And they said, hey, do you want to go to fire school? And I just said, is it indoors? And they were like, yeah, it's down here in the district office was an old courthouse of some kind. And it was like, yeah, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse. And it was in fact indoors. And I said, yeah, I'm your man. And so I took fire school. And of course, the place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And they said, why don't you go? I said, let's go.
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like, what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like
deal with fire.
Just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
If you're
yes.
a little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. So the woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into, played a lot of sports growing up. So I like being really physical. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting, because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just enjoyed
right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes.
Whatever
I agree.
you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning, and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks, and we're going to work hard all day, and then we're going to go sleep in a tent, and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that, where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all, your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you, timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job, is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on. That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years, because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road, is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
At this point. And I'm not done yet. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it, it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress, down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things. You're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too, to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well, and like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
yeah, and you have to be a student of it because
I bet
it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn.
Yeah,
when you go to a new place, like how does it move, right, through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
You know, a lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on maybe on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, you know, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day, just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, you know, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, just being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So they're just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
Especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving. Yeah. There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be really,
you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point. A lot, unfortunately, the field part of my job is definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire. So it gets, however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable.
I need to be reachable at all times.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah. So what, in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you know, you're pretty much in when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, you know, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of like, what is our fire environment? What's going on? And what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, you know, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a tool, swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
And just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to bring in all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. Yeah. So if you were to what advice, what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it and not necessarily have to just be responding to it, to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it. Just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade, and then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately?
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And it's the greatest, last, best places. Right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But the Rockies are just outrageous. So for me, you can't beat it. So
yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone, or was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
I'd spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment, I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies, because we all got our start. We all got our very first appointment sometime in the spring of 2000.
I mean, I think, a couple things you said I think are good for people to keep in mind in terms of thinking about wanting to work for federal agencies in general and the Park Service specifically. Is like, there is timing, there is luck, there is when these things come along, and also having the 30,000 foot view of your own career, like you were saying, is like, maybe I need to leave for a while to get these other experiences. Because I think sometimes people think, I'll just be able to follow this exact path that I want and get the jobs I want. And I feel like that so rarely happens with anyone that I know in the Park Service, whether they leave for a completely different field sometimes or switch agencies or whatever. It's like, this is where I would like to be, but I need to get this experience here or this there, or thinking about the career ladders and the way things can go. I think I'm glad that you brought up those points, because I think it's a good thing for people to remember. That's certainly how my career has been. I think almost everybody I talk to.
Yeah. I think a big part of it, I tell folks all the time, to some extent, you have to be prepared to move at the speed of opportunity, and you can't just expect to, in the federal service and the Park Service, like plant roots in one spot and march up the ladder through your entire career in one place. It's just not realistic. Possible at a massive unit like we work at, right? Because we do have a tremendous organizational chart here and a lot of really deep programs and a lot of career ladder potential. That's pretty unique.
It is.
In the service, though.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Yeah, you can go to a lot of parks and there might be, the chief ranger and 2 seasonal law enforcement.
Yep.
At these smaller units, in that career. And obviously you're not going to try to stay in one place for 30 years and become the chief ranger. Like, you might have to step to the side to step up and step back. But there's tremendous opportunity to move around. I think that's a great thing. I wanted to see a lot of places and I wanted to do a lot of different things. And for me, the emphasis in my life wasn't going to be plant roots, start a family young, be in one place, coach the volleyball team or something. Like, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just really move around a lot and just see a lot of things. And like I said, I'm a suburban Long Island kid. Yeah. Once I hit the West, I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't going to move out West and plant somewhere. So I've achieved that.
So with all these different experiences that you have, it might be hard to pick one, but is there like a moment in your career that stands out to you as really being a defining moment, or even the defining moment? Was there some time where you're like, this is it for me, or was it more gradual?
In my fire service career, I'd say the day that we were certified as a hotshot crew in Northern California, that process took several years and was pretty intense. And so I'll remember that day for the rest of my life for sure.
Yeah.
Anytime you're working towards the same goal for 6 years, year round, it's a pretty big day when someone finally says you're good enough.
Wow.
But within my Park Service experience, really the entire 2016 fire season here in Yellowstone is kind of a benchmark too. Yeah. Any fire season you're a part of that ends up with like a commemorative pint glass or something is usually probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And in that year, we successfully managed 100 square miles of fire in Yellowstone while concurrently celebrating the centennial.
Oh, wow. Big year.
So there was a period of time where we had an incident management team just managing the centennial celebrations in Mammoth and Gardner, Montana. And we had a separate incident management team assigned to the Maple Fire, which was out by West Yellowstone, ultimately burned about 55,000 acres. And we had a third incident management team concurrently managing a basket of about 5 or 6 smaller fires, most of which were out on the northern range of the park. And we had all that going at once, and we didn't have any single serious injuries. Rotating firefighters through that for months on end, and didn't lose a single shingle off the side of a structure.
Wow.
So no one got hurt.
Amazing.
We didn't burn anything up that we didn't want burnt up or were willing to accept burning up.
Mm-hmm.
And, 100 square miles of a pretty incredible natural process in the world's first national park. So that year sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just mentioned like protecting these historic, buildings that are in the park and stuff like that. And earlier you mentioned fuels reduction projects.
Mm-hmm.
For people who don't really know what that means. Like, how do you do that? How do you protect, like, because, there's all these historic buildings throughout the park. How do you go about protecting those?
It's really all about just creating what we call defensible space around those. And we really focus on the first 30 to 300 feet of vegetation immediately around that structure. So we just basically need some elbow room around there to function as firefighters. We can't have little baby trees growing out of the foundations of old buildings and pushing the shingles off the side of them and stuff like that. That'll happen in a place like Yellowstone. Lodgepole pine is a pretty robust species, and it's a little bit weedy in some places where it gets really thick and comes in pretty strong, especially after a fire. So when we're talking about fuels reduction, we're just literally in and around the developed areas in the park, just reducing the amount of biomass. So really focusing on the smaller brush and grasses and trees that are, say, under 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and just removing those and just basically thinning it out.
Okay.
In other areas, we might use prescribed fire or controlled burning to try to accomplish that same objective, because fire is a really efficient way to reduce the amount of biomass around a subdivision. But lodgepole pine, when it burns completely. So its natural fire regime is stand replacement. So it burns from the surface of the ground, of the tops of the trees, and completely is what we'd expect. And that's not really a great thing to have in and around a community, because you're just trading one problem for another. So you do a controlled burn, and then you have a patch of dead trees next to your homes, and then you're dealing with that. So we just prefer not to do controlled burning around our developed areas. And we just go in and just thin out the vegetation so that if a fire does come in there, it's not moving through the tops of the trees, which is, of course, where it's really intense and dangerous. It's going to stay on the ground where we can deal with it, and preferably on the ground with flame lengths less than 8 feet. That's kind of our cutoff. If the flames are taller than 8 feet, we're going to need a pretty heavy hand to deal with that. We can't swat that out.
Gotcha.
So for people interested in your field, your career field, what, before we get to your series and grade and all that kind of stuff, where would people look if they wanted to get started in fire? Like, what series would they look for?
We're actually going through a really big transition right now in how we're classified as firefighters. We were forestry technicians for the first few decades of this profession. And essentially, it's been decided over the past few years that's not a very accurate description of wildland firefighting for lots of good reasons. And so now there's a new wildland firefighter job series, and that's 0456. And it's designed to be a hire to retire job series. So we're going to be recruiting and advertising positions in that from now on, literally from the GS3 to the GS15 level.
Wow.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. And previous to that, we were hiring entry-level positions as 0462 forestry technicians. And then I'm currently in an 0401, which is a biologist, ecologist job series. And that's all transitioning. So going forward, it'll be 0456 from GS3 to GS15.
Wow. So that simplifies it a lot for people interested in looking.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can focus in on that series and find something that aligns with whatever experience they have.
Yep.
And get in the door.
Yeah. And getting in the door is not that complicated. We don't have super high educational requirements, basically a high school diploma and a great attitude and an aptitude to learn new things. I know a commitment to physical fitness. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like we can start there.
Right.
And we're going to teach you the rest. So
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely noticed, like, I've never been in wildland fire or anything myself, but just being around people who are, there's definitely like a vibe, a culture, I think, of the people who stick with it. Because like you said, you gotta want to get into it.
Well, and you have a lot of intense shared experiences, right?
Yeah.
So anytime you do that, you do form a certain bond with the people that you're doing that with that you can't simulate elsewhere, except maybe like within your actual immediate family, like the experiences you might have with your brothers and sisters growing up. And there's, so many stories I can't tell anybody because they won't even understand.
Sure.
And that's a powerful thing. And it could be lonely at times because there's, you got to like find your old hotshot friends to like talk about, some fire you're on, because you would just spend all your time trying to explain it to other people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a unique job in that regard. But you meet a lot of great people and it's not easy. It's not an easy job to do. Right. So if you're around people that are doing it and sticking with it and making it past, there's kind of this imaginary line at year 3 where you're sort of in or out, right? You're either like, this is what we're doing because the commitment level is so high, or maybe this isn't for me and I don't like sleeping on the ground and not being completely convinced like when the next meal is going to show up out here, or just being out in that environment.
Yeah.
So when you're around people that have made that commitment and made those sacrifices, it's a pretty special. So yeah. We have really good stories if you can get us to tell them.
Maybe someday.
About to say, I could keep I wish we could talk for like 3 hours.
Yeah. And so along those lines, like if somebody's looking for this job in a national park, not every national park has these jobs, right? Or do they? I'm not familiar.
Not every unit. Certainly the larger mid-size to larger parks. So for example, in our region, we have 14 park level fire programs, and those programs either manage one or a group of parks. So, when you talk about a Yellowstone or Mesa Verde or Bandelier, Rocky Mountain, Dinosaur, Zion, all those units have a program, and pretty robust, So sometimes when you get into like a much smaller unit, like we manage fire for the Little Bighorn. So Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument, it's about 4 hours east of where we're sitting. And we provide fire management services for them, but they don't have any firefighters per se, or any equipment. So it's just sort of an administrative responsibility. And so, yeah, we manage their fires through agreements and relationships. So the Crow Agency has agreed to come over, put out any fires if we get any out. So yeah, but most mid-size national parks are going to have especially out west, will have their own program. So
cool.
There's a ton of opportunity, investment. The bipartisan infrastructure law I call it National Fire Plan 2.0. It's essentially the next huge influx of investment in wildland firefighting in America. The Park Service is benefiting greatly from that. So all those programs are kind of on the uptick. It's a great time to get your foot in the door and start a career or advance in your career in fire.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I wish we could talk for like 3 hours. I want to just ask you about fire ecology and behavior and what it's like to like get to know it's just like a fascinating process to me. You know, it's like a chemical reaction happening that has its own life and scale. And like you said, behaves so differently, but we do have to wrap it up. So, do you have a favorite story or memory from your time in Yellowstone or another national park, but just something that,
you know, I've been reflecting on that recently, and I couldn't come up with, you know, the one thing. And maybe that's because at this point in my career, in my life, I've learned to appreciate like small things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, obviously we live in a place where we're just kind of surrounded by wonderment, and people have a hard time even relating sometimes to the things we try to describe that happen in our backyard. But for example, literally in my backyard the other day, I went out to chop some wood for our stove and was just enjoying the weekend. And I kind of had a quiet moment, and I stood there and a wolf howled. And it sounded like it was, you know, maybe a mile behind the house. And I thought, you know, it's like noon. That's not typically when I hear wolves howl. Sometimes they come around at night, and I'll hear them when I'm letting the dog out, you know, for the last time in the evening or something. And so I sat there real quiet, and it howled again, you know. And I probably have 100, you know, little stories like that. We're just surrounded by it all the time, and it's there all the time if you're listening for it, and if you're open to it. And I mean, we're just surrounded by wonderment here. So if you got your eyes and your ears open, it's always there. Go enjoy it.
I think that's the perfect way to wrap up. Thanks for coming and talking to us today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Fascinating.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I would like to. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, John Cataldo. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since, after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off, which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been two super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur. The more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
Welcome. Thanks for tuning in to this USGS Corecast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. The mountainous expanse of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is known for the native wildlife of its national parks and picturesque private lands. Grizzly bears live in this area of the northern Rockies, making it one of the largest strongholds for grizzly populations in the United States. Recent research by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team provides new insight into grizzly population dynamics and the hazards that influence bear mortality within this ecosystem. I'm here with Chuck Schwartz, USGS biologist and lead of the study team, to discuss these findings. Thanks for speaking with us, Chuck.
You're welcome.
What is the current status of grizzlies in terms of an endangered or threatened species? How are they doing with population numbers, and what does this status mean for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem?
Grizzly bears in the continental United States are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. They were listed in 1975 and remain listed today. Grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem were actually delisted in 2007, but they were put back on the list following a decision from the district court judge. Bears in Yellowstone represent one of 6 populations in the United States that still exist today. They've been eliminated from about 98% of their historic range, and they only occur in smaller pockets in a few remaining mountainous areas of the western United States. In Yellowstone, there's probably somewhere around 600 grizzly bears, and the population, since it was listed, has been growing at a rate of about 4 to 6% per year from about 1975 through today. They now reoccupy habitats in the ecosystem where they were basically eliminated in the late 18 and early 1900s.
Previous grizzly studies have suggested that human activity can affect bear populations in certain ways. What new findings about grizzly hazards have come from your recent research, and how much of a role do people play?
One of the things that we know for grizzly bears in general, and this is pretty consistent across all of North America where grizzly bears or brown bears live, is that if you're a bear and you're no longer dependent upon your mother for care, so excluding cubs and yearlings, there's about a 90% chance that your cause of death will be directly associated with humans. Bears die in accidents on roads. They're killed in defense of life or property when they get into trouble with people. Agencies go in and remove them if they're in conflict for livestock killing or damaging property. And so what really drives bear demographics is humans. What our studies show, and they repeat some of the previous work, is that roads in developed areas, for example, impact grizzly bears. Essentially what we did was we took radio collared bears, We looked at where those bears lived and then whether they lived or died during our period of study. And we took the bear's home range, and essentially what we showed was what we call human disturbance variables strongly influence whether a bear is going to live or die. And so bears that live in very secure areas that have little or no road density or very few developed sites in the form of campgrounds or lodges or facilities that have attractants for bears. Bears that live in areas that don't have these human developments typically have very, very high rates of survival. As the amount of human development increases, it becomes more hazardous, and they tend to die at higher rates. Some of the new findings that we have shown is that ungulate hunting also is hazardous to bears. We know, for example, that an important food of grizzly bears is ungulate meat. And so in one way, when a hunter kills an elk and cleans that elk, bears use that as a food source. So that brings bears into close proximity with hunters, and on occasion, they do get into trouble. They are killed in defense of life. Rural development in the form of ex-urban or outside of urban areas also increases the hazards for bears. And so when we have large ranches, for example, that have been maintained as open space for agriculture, but the human activity on that land is very low, when those lands are developed into ranchettes divided into 40-acre parcels that each get a house, it also becomes much more hazardous for grizzly bears to survive in areas like that. There's a saying that biologists have is a fed bear is a dead bear, and so these kinds of developments just increase the probability. As far as natural hazards are concerned, is cubs and yearlings, which are dependent upon their mother for care, face a different suite of mortality agents. And what we typically see is if you're a young bear and you're going to die, you're more than likely going to die from natural causes. There's starvation or predation. And in the instance of starvation, in some years when we have poor food production, these little cubs don't get enough nourishment and they starve to death. The other thing that we see is more predation. And in the world of bears, cubs and yearlings are vulnerable to being preyed upon by large adult males.
You mentioned that you used years of bear tracking information from collared bears to come to your conclusions. Can you tell me more about how this information was acquired?
The grizzly bear study team is responsible for monitoring the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And one of the ways that we do our monitoring is we capture and radio collar a sample of bears. So we trap every year and we try to catch a sample of random bears from the population. We then put radio collars on those individuals and we track them through time. That's what allows us to get a very clear understanding of how bears use the environment, what factors influence rates of reproduction and survival. So we can look at a female in the fall and determine whether she's weaned her offspring, and then determine the following year if she's produced a new litter of cubs, how large that litter might be. That's basically how we track the demographics of the Yellowstone bear.
Can such bear mortality data from the past contribute to insight on future grizzly populations? Can it be used for predictions?
We can't really predict, but we can project what the future might look like based on information from the past. And as long as systems don't change dramatically, those projections provide some insight and guidance to managers on what they might need to do or consider for maintaining a healthy bear population in the future.
How do grizzly population dynamics in the somewhat remote greater Yellowstone ecosystem affect people and places on a national level?
The Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the last remaining intact temperate systems in the continental U.S. And as such, it has a large amount of wild lands where we still have healthy populations of large carnivores, including grizzly bears, black bears, gray wolves, cougars. And one of the things that we know about bears is bears are very popular animals. There's millions of people that come to this system every year, and one of the reasons they come is with the hope of getting to see bears and wolves in a natural state. And so maintaining these large systems like that in an intact fashion, I think, is important to people in our country.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today, Chuck.
Thank you.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning in.
From Yellowstone National Park, where spring feels about 3 weeks ahead of schedule, this is that Scott guy you know and love with a brand new episode of This Week in Yellowstone. What's up, everybody? This Week in Yellowstone National Park from March 26th to April 1st, 2026. I'll let you know about biking the roads, give you some tips about dealing with mud season, tell you to hike a canyon rim, and share how the park monitors the wolf packs. I'll also give you the complete weather forecast, the snowpack update, the wildlife report, and everything else you need to have an incredible time this week in Yellowstone. Standard disclaimer, gonna miss a few details here and there, so if there's something that you need more information on, just reach out and ask any questions you may have. I also mentioned park locations very casually, so if you're unfamiliar, a quick search can help. Also know that this report only covers the drivable areas of the park. I should be able to say that by now. I say it every week, but sometimes I stumble over words. Finally, please know that this podcast is a passion project of mine. If you enjoy it, I'd love a review or a quick email. If you want to support my work further, you can check out my hiking and wildlife watching guidebooks, or you can join me for a guided hiking tour in Yellowstone's backcountry. For more information, visit outdoor-society.com or contact me directly, 406-589-1873. Just send me a text. This week's Yellowstone news. So there's not much news in the park right now. The main story is the one I'm going to be talking about in the experience of the week, which is biking in the park. Other than that, bears are active. Can talk about that in the wildlife report and the trail report. And generally, only the northern range is open. Things are going well in the park. That's about it. There's no news, which is good news. I'm sure things will pick up and we'll actually have some news stories pretty soon. Next couple of weeks, some roads open, things like that. But right now, no real news in the park. If you want some cool news, check out the Caldera Chronicles, the USGS weekly kind of podcast, as well as, I don't know if it's a podcast. I know they write it. But check that out if you want some just cool geyser news. Otherwise, let's talk about the experience of the week, which is biking the road between Mammoth and West Yellowstone. So biking for the spring season is now officially underway in Yellowstone National Park. As of March 20th, 2026, the park opened the road between Mammoth and West Yellowstone to cyclists and pedestrians ahead of the spring vehicle season. This annual window allows visitors to travel park roads without non-essential motor vehicle traffic. Keep in mind that park service staff and plowing vehicles are still going to be on the road going back and forth, so the roads aren't going to be completely empty, just very little used. The Mammoth to West Yellowstone corridor covers approximately 49 miles and represents the primary spring cycling route in Yellowstone. Access is permitted only on the roads that have been cleared of snow and are not being actively plowed. Cyclists must yield to snowplows and other authorized vehicles, and road statuses can change quickly depending on weather and operational needs. So because I am located closer to Mammoth than West Yellowstone, I'm going to talk about biking the road from Mammoth. So from Mammoth, the route begins with a gradual climb past the Upper Terrace Loop, and then you kind of go by a pretty waterfall and then up to Swan Lake Flats. This is the steepest hill you're going to experience all day, and it can be a little difficult if you're not used to biking, but plug along and you'll be fine. Once you're up to Swan Lake Flats, everything opens up and it's absolutely gorgeous. You're going to see Bunsen Peak. You're going to see the Gallatins and all of that. You're going to be able to have all of these views of mountains that you haven't been able to see for a while. It's absolutely stunning. After you get through there, you're going to get to Sheep Eater Cliff, which is one of my favorite places. If the road is good, Bike down the Sheep Eater Cliff Road and then walk along the river from there. It's absolutely stunning. Highly recommend that. If you want to call that a day and turn around, that's a good turning point. If you want to keep going, then eventually you're going to reach places like Obsidian Cliffs, which are a significant geological and cultural site composed of volcanic glass used historically by indigenous people. Really cool place to just take some time. Usually when you're driving, you're flying by there, and I think there's only one pullout and one little visitor center area that is fine, but, riding your bike is much better. Then you're going to keep winding down, and pretty soon you're going to get toward Norris Geyser Basin. You're going to go by the Roaring Mountain, and then you're going to drop down to Norris. There also is a Norris Geyser Basin overlook that you don't have to drop down to get to Norris, and you can still see the Norris Geyser Basin. Important note here, as far as I know, Norris Geyser Basin is not open to hike right now. So if you ride there, you're not going to be able to walk around the basin. They're doing some repairs, last I heard, and so you're just not going to be able to do that. However, that's a great ride. You go there and back. Fantastic. You can turn around or not. If you're feeling much more aggressive about things, you could ride all the way to West Yellowstone. If you are riding to west, after you get to Norris, the road descends toward Madison Junction. You're going to follow the Gibbon River here. Gibbon Falls is prominent and gorgeous, and you're going to have some really cool views and opportunities to stop, including good wildlife potential. Usually I don't see much at the Swan Lake Flats area right now, but you never know. With this winter, you might see things. But closer you get to Madison, the more wildlife there is. The final segment from Madison Junction to West Yellowstone spans about 13 to 14 miles and just follows the Madison River on a almost perfectly flat road. Like, it's gorgeous. And if you want to do that, great. You're going to have 49 miles each way. And so what some people do is they will bike from Mammoth to West Yellowstone, spend the night in West Yellowstone, and then ride back. If you're going to do that, fantastic. Just know that there are no services available along this route, and food, water, probably restrooms, or mechanical assistance are not available. If something happens, you're kind of stuck. So cyclists are expected to be fully self-sufficient and prepared for rapidly changing weather conditions, including snow, wind, and temperature fluctuations. Sometimes it can seem like it's a beautiful day, and then you get beyond Swan Lake Flats and that wind starts ripping, and you're like, why didn't I bring gloves? So be prepared. It's spring bicycling, and it's not summer, right? It's going to be cool, but it's also going to be cool because there's not a lot of cars out. So know that this early season access period is temporary and typically ends once roads open to public motor vehicle traffic in April. While you can still bike on the roads after the park roads open to vehicles, you're going to be sharing the narrow, winding roads with cars. So it's not necessarily ideal if you're not experienced with that. But right now, the Mammoth to West Yellowstone route provides a unique and special opportunity to travel a significant portion of the road system in a low-traffic environment. I've done this before. I absolutely love it. If you have a good bike, great. If you don't, there's places to rent bikes in West Yellowstone, or you can rent them at Dan Bailey's up in Livingston before you drive down to Gardner. This is a truly great experience, and if you love biking, like, just going through Swan Lake Flats and back, like to the Gardner River and back, is great. Like, highly recommend it. It's why it's my experience of the week. So do that, enjoy it, let me hear all about it. If you've done it before, what are some of your stories? Love to share those. My tip of the week: maneuvering mud season. So mud season has arrived in Yellowstone National Park. My boots have proven that after the last few hikes, so yay. If you're planning on hiking right now, this is something you need to be ready for. As temperatures rise and snow begins to melt across the park, trails are turning soft, saturated, and in many cases, deeply muddy and slick. Spring conditions always bring unstable trails. Snowmelt's gonna kind of impact the ground. We're also gonna get some rain, and that doesn't drain very well. And the cold ground, even though it hasn't been like super snowy, the ground's pretty cold. And as that warms up, all of that combined just makes the mud pretty unbearable at times. Right now, that means many trails are a mix of mud, standing water, and lingering snow. It's really not uncommon to hit all three on a single hike. That's where footwear becomes critical this time of year. Waterproof boots are strongly recommended, and even then, expect them to get dirty and not have the greatest of traction. The trails are going to be slick, uneven, and occasionally submerged. Even the best traction boots in mud season in Yellowstone are not really going to help you on some trails. They will help you on others, so definitely have that. Also, gaiters are a useful addition. They help keep mud and water from getting into your boots. I highly recommend bringing trekking poles. They are a huge difference maker, especially when navigating in deeper mud or just dealing with trying to have any traction whatsoever. I'm saying traction a lot because traction matters. And all of this is important enough to say that in Yellowstone, the trails do not care what traction you have. I've been saying that a couple of times now, and I just want to stress that. In lots of places, the mud's just going to stick more and more with each step you take, and it turns each foot into a brick of mud. Sometimes the mud will just give, and you'll sink all the way in. I've been hiking with somebody, and their shoe popped off as they sunk in mud, and their shoe stuck in the mud and then filled with the mud that was overflowing, and we had to dig out the shoe. Not ideal. So everything you can do to avoid that, the better. So if you see deep mud, don't step there. Try and take good steps of where it doesn't look like the mud's going to be too bad. Also, timing your hike can help a lot. Early in the morning when temperatures are cooler, the ground is often more firm. As the day warms up, the mud warms up, and trails soften very quickly. By afternoon, sections that were manageable in the morning can turn into thick, energy-draining mud. If you want the best conditions available, start early and end early. That's your best option. Route selection also plays a huge role. The lower elevation trails tend to melt out first, but they also tend to get muddy first. The higher elevation trails may still be snow-covered, which can actually be easier to travel on than the deep mud, depending on the conditions. If you need help in deciding which is better, reach out to me, I can help you. Know that hiking on slopes of trails that are south-facing is going to be better than those that are north-facing, as they get more sunlight and they dry faster. Most of the south-facing trails I've been hiking recently are perfectly fine. The north ones, not so much. So you might need to adjust your plans once you see what conditions are actually like on the ground and just find something that has dried out a bit more. Again, if you need some suggestions, reach out to me, happy to help. Mud season also slows everything down. Distances take longer, footing is less stable, and energy use is higher. A hike that feels easy in August can feel much more demanding right now. Planning shorter routes and giving yourself extra time, very smart approach. There's really no way to avoid the reality of mud season in Yellowstone right now. If you want to hike, know that trails are messy, conditions are inconsistent, and your boots are not going to stay clean. But with the right expectations and preparations, it's still a great time to be out. If you embrace the conditions instead of fighting them, mud season becomes less of an obstacle and more of just another part of experiencing the park as it transitions into spring. This is a great time to hike. Just know it's not always the most fun, but it's beautiful out there. My random Yellowstone fact of the week: how Yellowstone monitors the wolves. Monitoring wolves in Yellowstone National Park is one of the most in-depth wildlife research efforts anywhere in the world. Ever since wolves were reintroduced in 1995, scientists have been tracking them in ways that go far beyond just counting how many there are. The goal is to understand how they move, how the packs function, how they hunt, and how they shape the ecosystem around them. A big part of that work starts with radio collars. Each winter, biologists capture a small number of wolves, usually from a helicopter, using either darting or net gunning, and then once the animal is safely handled, it's fitted with a collar that sends out location data. Some collars use GPS and transmit locations via satellite, sometimes multiple times a day. Others use VHF signals, which require researchers to physically track them from the ground or from aircraft. National Park Service says that there's about 30% of the wolves in a pack are collared, which is enough to give a clear picture of how that group moves across the landscape. Those collars are incredibly important. They allow researchers to map territories, locate dens, follow dispersing wolves, and even detect when a wolf has died if a collar stops moving. Over time, this has created one of the most detailed long-term data sets for any large carnivore anywhere. I should be clear and note that Yellowstone's wolf research is not just about technology. A lot of it still comes down to people in the field. The park's Wolf Project relies heavily on direct observations, especially in the northern range, where visibility is wide open. Biologists spend hours, often entire days, watching wolves through spotting scopes. They track pack dynamics, identify breeding pairs, count pups, and document behavior. These observations are critical for understanding how packs change over time and how successful they are from year to year. Aerial tracking is another major piece of the puzzle. That's aerial like air, not aerial like The Little Mermaid. Sorry, that made me laugh, so I wanted to say it. Researchers used fixed-wing aircraft to locate collared wolves across Yellowstone's massive landscape. You may have spotted some of the small planes flying in the park over the winter and spring. There was one just out the other day. They circle an area for a bit. And these are the research planes. These flights make it possible to quickly find packs, estimate group size, and track changes that would be hard to catch from the ground. When you combine these flights with GPS data, you get a much bigger landscape-level understanding of where wolves are and what they're doing. There's also a strong focus on health and genetics. When wolves are captured or one is found dead, scientists collect samples like blood and tissue. They're used to monitor diseases such as mange or canine distemper and to build genetic profiles of the individual wolves. That genetic work helps researchers understand relationships within packs, track reproduction, and measure genetic diversity over time. Studies from the USGS show that both disease and genetics play a major role in how stable the wolf population is in Yellowstone. I talked about how there was this distemper that kind of took out a lot of pups in the interior this year. That was all because these wolves are so studied. In recent years, non-invasive methods have become more common as well. Researchers collect scat and hair samples to extract DNA without ever handling the animal. Camera traps are also used, especially in the forested or harder to see areas where visual observation is limited. These tools help confirm pack presence, estimate population size, and monitor wolves that are not collared. One of the newer and more interesting tools is sound. Scientists have started using acoustic recorders placed along the landscape to capture wolf howls. By analyzing these recordings, they can estimate where wolves are, how many packs are in the area, and how they communicate across the territory. Thousands of howling events have already been recorded through this work, adding another layer to how wolves are studied. Researchers also spend a lot of time studying what wolves eat and how they hunt. Using GPS color data, they can identify clusters, places where wolves stay in one spot for a while, which often signals a kill site. Biologists will hike to those locations to confirm what prey was taken, it's usually elk, and to better understand predator-prey relationships. Long-term research has shown that the prey availability, especially elk populations, has a major influence on wolf behavior and success rates. When you step back and look at just wolf monitoring altogether, it's not just about keeping track of numbers. It's about understanding the entire ecosystem. Movement, behavior, genetics, disease, and ecology all come together. And that's what makes Yellowstone such an important natural laboratory, and why the work being done here continues to shape how wolves are studied and managed across the world. You see a lot of studies about these wolves in Yellowstone. You see a lot of people watching them. That's because they're, this test case of how do you reintroduce wolves. Very important. They're being studied, they're being watched, not always in the best of ways, but every single year we're learning more and more about wolf behavior, and scientists are learning how to watch them without interfering with them. And that is awesome. And that is why Yellowstone Wildlife Watching and the experts that deal with wildlife in the park are such fantastic people. If you see them out in the field, thank them for their work. If you see any ranger, thank them for their work. The weather for the coming week. So as always, this is the best forecast for the week at the time of the recording. It could change. It might not. We'll see. But this at least gives you kind of an idea of what to expect. So let's start with Lamar Valley. On Thursday, the 26th, high of 43, low of 17. There'll be some rain in the morning. Then Friday, 51 and 24. Saturday, 56 and 29. Sunday, 58 and 34. Monday, 56 and 33, with a 72% chance of rain developing in the afternoon. Tuesday, high of 44, low of 28, currently a 65% of 2 inches of snow. And Wednesday, high of 44, low of 29, 64% chance of 1 inch of snow. The weather for Gardner, Montana, Starting on Thursday, the 26th, high of 47, low of 21, maybe some rain in the morning. Friday, high of 55, low of 29. Saturday, high of 60, low of 33. Sunday, high of 62, low of 37. Monday, high of 59, low of 34, with a 53% chance about 1/10 of an inch of rain in the afternoon, evening. Then Tuesday, 47 and 30, 60% chance of 1 inch of snow. Wednesday, 45 and 32, 60% chance of 1 inch of snow. The weather for Cook City on Thursday, high of 39, low of 15, some snow showers in the morning, and those fade away. Friday, 47 and 26. Saturday, 52 and 30. Sunday, 53 and 35. Monday, 52 and 32, 75% chance of some rain or snow starting in the late morning, early afternoon. Tuesday, 43 and 27, 70% chance of 2 inches of snow. And Wednesday, 39 and 28, 65% chance of 2 inches of snow. So good through the weekend. Then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday look to be wet, rainy, or snowy. So we shall see. Speaking of snow, here's the snowpack update. As of March 24th, the snowpack is around 85% of normal for this time of year. The eastern and northern ranges of the park are 102% of normal, while the western and southern sides are about 75% of normal. Last year on this date, we are averaging around 103% of normal, so we're behind where we were. This incoming snow and rain that looks like it's going to hit at the end of this week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, into next week, that's really going to help balance these numbers out after some warm weather. Road conditions. The only road open right now is the road between Gardner, Montana and Cook City, Montana. That's going to be the case for another couple of weeks. Please be aware that this road can close at any time due to inclement weather. For up-to-date information, call 307-344-2117 for recorded messages, or you can sign up to receive the Yellowstone road alerts on your cell phone by texting the number 82190 to the number 888777. Camping information. There's only one campground open in the park right now, and that's the Mammoth Campground, which is open year-round. Talked to somebody that camped there the other day. They loved it. They said that there's one other person in the entire campground. So if you want to camp, do it. It's great. That brings us to the wildlife watching update. So the biggest news right now is that carcass that I've been telling you about at Blacktail Ponds has had a grizzly on it. So that's cool. There are also wolves on it the other day. That's awesome. There's bears all around. I went hiking at Hell Roaring, and there were tons of bear prints out there. There's a carcass by Hell Roaring that wolves had been feeding on the day before, and then the grizzly came and was eating it the morning that I was there. Didn't know that at the time, so that was neat. There's been moose hanging around by the Floating Island Lake area, and also before you get to Hell Roaring, so between Mammoth and Hell Roaring, off in a little field. There's also been tons of bison moving back and forth. The pronghorn are entering the valleys. There's eagles all over. There is energy and excitement, and people have been seeing bluebirds in the park, and that's going to continue through this weekend for sure. So if you're going to the park right now, wildlife watching is awesome. There's been a lot of wolf sightings. If you drive back and forth, just drive out to Pebble Creek and back, and more than likely people will be watching wolves. They might be a few miles away, or they might be really close. It's just hit and miss right now. But animal activity is picking up. We're also looking at some bison that are dying as they just aren't making it through the winter, the older ones and stuff. So those are being preyed on by the wolves. And as the bison start birthing soon, you're going to see some breech births, things like that. So there's going to be some dead bison scattered about, which means that the predators or the scavengers are going to be out there a lot more feasting. There have been tons of elk near the north entrance. There have been a couple foxes out near the northeast entrance. So if you're going into the park this week, like I said, your best bet is to drive back and forth. Get there early. By 10 or so, when it's warm like it has been, animal activity really drops down and then picks up later in the afternoon, evening. But the biggest news right now is that pullout by Blacktail Ponds is going to be packed because bears are feasting. Even before the bear came out, it was awesome. Like I said, the wolves were out there. And then there's been coyotes out there. There's been eagles. There's been all sorts of great wildlife watching just by those ponds by Mammoth. So enjoy, If I hear anything else, I'll probably post about it on my social media. But if you need anything, just reach out to me. Happy to help. Oh, I also should mention that I have hiking and wildlife watching guidebooks available through my website, outdoor-society.com, or you can just message me, 406-589-1873, for a link. Happy to hook you up with those. Ebooks are only $10, and always happy to send those out. Trail alerts and updates. Right now, there's no official trail alerts this week. Those are going to resume in April, but bear sightings are becoming more common. Like I said, I followed some tracks. They were very fresh in the mud. It was kind of amazing, and I was super excited, and everyone else was like, oh, that doesn't sound good. But the bear wasn't anywhere near. There wasn't scat around or anything. But know that if you're on a trail right now, you're going to be dealing with mud, and there's a chance that bears and other wildlife is going to be out there. And when you're dealing with less than ideal trail conditions and wildlife, that can make for a very unfun day, especially because with wildlife near a trail, you're going to have to move around. That could mean going through a patch of snow that you're just post-holing in, through a bog where it's super muddy or anything. So head out there, be smart, be safe, carry bear spray, have it readily accessible, not in a backpack, and know how to use it. That brings me to my trek of the week. So the Yellowstone River Overlook Trail at the Yellowstone River Picnic Area is what I'm recommending this week, mainly because it's going to be mostly dry, it's going to be easy to hike on, and it's super scenic and awesome with some good wildlife potential and amazing scenery. So this is located just across the brand new bridge over the Yellowstone River, and as you're headed toward Lamar. The area is minimally signed, and the picnic area is home to one of the most underrated hikes in Yellowstone National Park. This is one of my most frequented trails in the park, this and Hill Roaring probably. No matter what the season, I like to go to this. I'm recommending it this week for two reasons. One is the hike is snow-free. The other is that it's short and relatively easy, and one that never disappoints. It's best known for showcasing the unique geology and sweeping views of the canyon, river, and mountains of the Northern Range, making it kind of the perfect half-day jaunt. Not only will the views just absolutely wow you, but you may see bison, bighorn sheep, eagles, migratory birds, pronghorn, who knows. The only real difficulty right now for this trail is the start. And that's because the picnic area is currently closed. You may be able to park at the pullouts nearby and hike up the trail, but that privilege could be ending any day, especially once the construction crews return to finish the picnic area remodel. So if the pullouts nearby are closed, you'll have to hike this trail from the Specimen Ridge Trail west trailhead. That's just a mile or so east of the picnic area. To do this version of the hike, you'll follow the Specimen Ridge Trail to the junction, which is about a mile in distance. Please be aware that large herds of bison often frequent the first 3/4 of a mile of this trail, the Specimen Ridge Trail west, and that's going to require you to walk far around them, off trail, sometimes uphill. If this isn't something you're comfortable with, do not attempt it. From the junction, turn right and follow the canyon rim as far as you wish. Make sure you wander around here and take in the views. The side of the Yellowstone River from this trail is truly gorgeous. Once you're at the ridge, I say go at least to the bend of the river by Bumpus Butte, which is about 1.2 miles from the region. The path here isn't complicated, and right now the main source of having to do any sort of a detour is going to be because of mud, bison, or bighorn sheep. Stay on the canyon rim when you're hiking, and you're going to recognize Bumpus Butte that I mentioned because there's going to be steam coming off the base, and it's directly across from Calcite Springs, a popular place as you're headed up toward Tower. This is usually where I recommend people turn around, as it gets pretty all the way to the picnic area, but if you do this, you're fine. Just sit and enjoy the views. There's some rocks by that Bumpus Butte area, and I usually have lunch there. I watch animals. The marmots are going to start coming out any day. There's little wildflowers that are popping out. There's birds flying overhead. And it's honestly like right now, I love this trail. I love the energy here. I think you'll love it too. And it's not too bad. If the parking area near the picnic area is open, then it's about the same amount of distance, but you're just going to be hiking up a hill to start, then following the canyon rim. The river's going to be on your right, and then you're going to get to Bumpus Butte. If you get to Bumpus Butte, hike all the way up, though, until you get to the junction. The view at the junction is one of my favorite little gems of this that not everybody does. All right, that is the end of this week's episode. In the next episode, I'm going to return with all the information you need to have a good week in the park, including the wildlife, weather, and trail updates. Until then, book a tour with me, pick up a guidebook of mine, and happy trails. Abrupt ending. This Week in Yellowstone is brought to you by the Outdoor Society. That's my company. It's just me. I do this. It's a labor of love. If you like it, tell your friends, rate and review it. Shoot me a message. Otherwise, keep listening, and I hope to see you in Yellowstone. Copyright 2026, baby!
Hello, and welcome to the U.S. Geological Survey Corecast. I'm Leslie Gordon, and today I'm speaking with Dr. Jake Lowenstern, the scientist in charge of the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Hello, Jake. Thank you for spending time with us. Well, I understand that we've seen a lot of activity in the Yellowstone area, earthquakes and such. Can you explain to our listeners what you've been observing and what's going on?
Starting on the evening of December 26th, there was an earthquake swarm that involved over 500 earthquakes over the following week or so. And a swarm is when you have, instead of a big earthquake followed by lots of smaller aftershocks, as we call them, that are much smaller, swarm is a packet of earthquakes that is close in time and space in one particular area, one particular time, and there isn't any large earthquake relative to any of the others.
So, have you seen anything else in addition to this large swarm of earthquakes?
So far, it's just been seismic activity. There hasn't been any other changes in the surface, the thermal features at Yellowstone. There hasn't been any obvious ground deformation that anybody has seen up to this point. But some of the earthquakes were up to magnitude 3.9, I think was the largest, and probably 10 or so were felt by the people living in the fishing bridge area at the north end of Yellowstone Lake.
Is this anything that we should be concerned about, or what do these swarms of earthquakes mean?
Well, swarms at Yellowstone are a very common mode of earthquake occurrence. Every year we have a number of swarms. Usually they're smaller than this one. This was a very energetic swarm, and probably the most energetic swarm since 1985. So it's not unprecedented. On the other hand, it's an energetic swarm. People were feeling it, and it's an area where there are thermal features, and so anytime there's earthquakes near thermal features, we worry about the possibility of explosions of the groundwater system.
And is there a large probability of explosions or other activity? Is this something that we should be worried about?
Well, it's always something that can happen. Anytime you live in an area where there are earthquakes, where there's volcanic activity, or where there's these hydrothermal features, there are geological hazards associated with them. And so that's why we're there, is to monitor the system, to see what's happening, and to let the public know if there's any danger for any of the people who are in that area.
So you and your colleagues at the University of Utah and the Yellowstone National Park are continually monitoring the situation, and you would let the public know should anything arise that's unusual.
Sure, that's the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory is set up as a partnership to provide warnings. That's what we're there for. And so we get the information, we share it with the park and with the public as we learn it. And in this case, people found out about the earthquake swarm. People were able to see the events as they were happening on the internet, and there was in this case no need to get people out of the way because we didn't think that the earthquakes were going to cause any harm.
Okay. Is the earthquake activity continuing like we saw it a week ago, or what's happening today?
No, most of the activity curtailed in the first couple days of this year. And so right now there's very, very little earthquakes happening at Yellowstone.
Well, let me hear a little bit of background about Yellowstone. I think most people know that Yellowstone is an ancient volcano. Can you tell us a little background about that?
Yellowstone has been a very, very active volcano over the last couple million years. Some of the very largest eruptions that we know about on Earth have come out of the Yellowstone Volcanic Center. The most recent of these really large events was about 640,000 years ago. It formed the Yellowstone caldera, and it sent ash over much of the United States. These kinds of eruptions are sort of global events. There have been a number of volcanic eruptions since then, are much smaller in scope and have fairly large lava flows, but not the sort of event that would shake the nation or would have any kind of global effect. And so the last of those volcanic eruptions was about 70,000 years ago. Since that time, we've had many large earthquakes. We've had steam explosions, some of which have caused craters that are a couple miles across, even in some cases, generally much smaller than that. So these are all the sorts of things that can happen, and they're the kinds of things that we keep an eye on.
So a lot of the things that Yellowstone is famous for, all the hot springs and boiling mud pots and the geysers, these are indications of the remnants or the fact that it's still very hot underground.
The Yellowstone hotspot is what it's called, and that is an area of melting in the Earth's mantle. And that melting creates a basaltic magma that rises into the crust. That melts part of the crust, and we have a magma chamber. There's actually liquid rock and crystals that are sitting maybe 4 or 5 miles beneath the surface. That releases a lot of heat. That heat rises, it boils the groundwater system in some cases, and creates all these fabulous thermal features that we see at the surface of Yellowstone.
So if I want to know more information and I want to keep up to date and see about these earthquake swarms, how can I find out more information and watch what's happening at Yellowstone?
Well, there's a number of places. One is the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory website, but also we are using the data provided by our partners at the University of Utah. They have a website that shows all of the seismic data, and then the USGS Earthquake Hazards Program also mirrors the earthquake data from the University of Utah. So all of these locations will provide you with up-to-date information on earthquakes at Yellowstone.
Can you tell us what the URL is for the Yellowstone Observatory?
Yeah, it's volcanoes.usgs.gov/YVO.
So, Jake, what are some of the challenges that you face while monitoring hazards at Yellowstone?
One of the amazing things that we see during these kinds of events is how many people are out there looking at the data and trying to interpret it on their own. Sometimes they do a great job of it. Sometimes they confuse other kinds of signals like wind and snowmobiles and other features that might look like earthquakes, but indeed might not be earthquakes. So it's a challenge for us not only to keep up with the science, but to keep up with the sort of furor out there of people who are trying to do their own interpretations on the side, and to keep everybody happy and everybody thinking about the real end game of making sure that people are safe.
Thank you. Jake Lowenstern, thank you very much for chatting with us today. Thank you, our listeners, for tuning in to Corecast. For links and other resources about current activity in Yellowstone, please go online to www.usgs.gov/podcasts or volcanoes.usgs.gov/YVO. Corecast is a production of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of Interior. Until next time, I'm Leslie Gordon, and thanks for tuning in.
So I'm out here in Yellowstone National Park's Lamar Valley. I'm not too far from the Lamar Ranger Station, or what was historically known as the Buffalo Ranch. And I gotta say, this is absolutely my favorite place in the park. It is gorgeous. It's this wide open valley surrounded by grassy hills, sagebrush, and some high mountains off in the distance. And right now in midsummer, it is covered in bison. There has to be several hundred animals out here right now. It's just a really impressive sight. So it's the bison rut, or the mating season. And while these animals are out here doing their thing and trying to attract mates, they have some really pretty charismatic behavioral displays, but it's the vocalizations or these bellows that are so prevalent this time of year that I think are so cool. So I'm out here to check it out. Oh yeah, here we go. It's a bison jam. They're crossing the road. It's the males that are making that grunting noise, and every time they do it, they stick their tongues out. So it's just the wildest thing to watch. Pretty spectacular. Crazy about these animals. I'm Jennifer Jarrett, and I am an associate editor for Yellowstone Science here in Yellowstone National Park. For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
Is there anything as wild, beautiful, and important as fire in Yellowstone? I'm not sure.
This is John Cataldo, the Fire Management Officer for Yellowstone National Park, which means it's his job to manage everything having to do with fire in the park.
It seems like we're always at work in the summer, and somehow, at least my impression is that 80% of the fires we get are when I'm at home eating dinner. So fires and telemarketers are who finds me at 7 o'clock at night at my home.
And on the night of August 8th, 2016, John got that kind of call. An aircraft full of smoke jumpers flying over Yellowstone National Park spotted a new fire. The jumper aircraft circled the fire, collected a GPS location, and then they texted John's crew.
Yeah, sent us a photo. I mean, that's the information age, right? So we had a report, we had a photo from the aircraft of the fire, gave us a basic idea of the fuels that were in the immediate vicinity of it. It was about a quarter acre. And that's, generally speaking, what I have to work with in a remote environment for starters.
The fire was located on the far western side of the park, just about 6 miles east of the town of West Yellowstone. So John did what he often does. He notified the deputy superintendent and the chief ranger, and then he called Yellowstone's fire ecologist to run the nearest weather station for wind data. Very early the next morning, John pored over maps of the area and all the collected data on the new fire, and then he had this really big decision to make: to put the fire out or to let it burn.
Essentially, it comes down to, do we think this is a good fire or a bad fire?
And with this fire, the Maple Fire, being so close to the town of West Yellowstone was a huge consideration.
A lot goes into it, but at the end of the day, it's a real estate game, and it's location, location, location.
But the fire had two things going for it being a good fire. First, 95% of the winds in recorded history at the closest weather station had blown from the west or southwest, directions that would push the flames farther away from the community of West Yellowstone and deeper into the park backcountry. So while winds were likely to push the fire in the other direction, John knew that the proximity to West Yellowstone would have a lot of people interested in this fire.
Well, you want to provide insurance. So 95% is pretty high number, right? If I give you 95% odds on a blackjack hand, you'd probably push your house payment out there. But 5% is a pretty substantial risk if you're the one living in the community on the 5% end of that.
But the second thing that helped managers feel like the maple fire might be a good fire, it was that the fire had started in an area that had burned way back in the 1988 fire season.
You know, if you were to play word association with anyone in West Yellowstone since 1988, and you say 88, the first thing they're going to say is fire. There's no other word.
1988 was a particularly dry summer in Yellowstone. When lightning storms hit the park in August, large fires sprouted everywhere, fires so big that tens of thousands of firefighters were mobilized to fight them. National news covered the events nightly.
In recorded history, we had not been that dry.
That's Roy Rankin, Yellowstone's vegetation management specialist, who has been looking at fire's effects in the park for almost 40 years. Roy saw the 1988 fires firsthand.
And as a consequence, these fires were large with these big flaming fronts, and they were moving with dramatic spread rates. You could measure them in multiple kilometers per hour. And you'd fly along at the head of some of these fires, and you would think that, the fire is moving faster than the aircraft is. So it was pretty dramatic stuff.
And back in 1988, there was a lot of pressure to put these fires out. For 100 years, the majority of land managers had been putting out almost every wildfire they could immediately. And it was part of greater American culture to automatically think of forest fires as a threat. And because fires hadn't burned through most of Yellowstone for hundreds of years, the forests were thick with fuels to burn. A whole lot of fuel in a really dry year. The fires got big enough that their smoke blew all of the way from Wyoming to Chicago. Media scrutiny was intense, so much so that President Ronald Reagan weighed in, sending in the military to fight the fires.
It was 1/4 inch of snow on September 11th of 1988 that did what 10,000 firefighters, 120 different aircraft, so many miles of fire line, couldn't do. And it put a halt to the 88 fires, 1/4 inch of snow. What people didn't realize is that these fires, just like the sun comes up in the day and the moon comes up at night, western forests burn.
By the end of the 88 fire season, nearly 800,000 acres in Yellowstone had burned, 1/3 of the entire park. That much area burning in a protected ecosystem created a unique place to study the effects of big fires on a landscape. Scientists noted a series of benefits to that ecosystem after the 88 fires, demonstrating a value to letting naturally caused fires burn. Chief amongst them, the pattern of areas burned in different years created a mosaic of forest ages with a diversity of plants present. And this diversity of plant habitats was really good for most animals. Also, since there was less fuel where previous fires burned through, the mosaic of past fires helped provide a really great boundary to stop new forest fires from becoming large. Which brings us back to the maple fire starting in 2016, and the decision that John Cataldo had to make: to let the maple fire burn or to put it out.
Well, fire is the lifeblood of the Yellowstone ecosystem. So if we exclude fire, essentially this ecosystem as we know it dies. It would grow decadent and expire. So fire here is essentially the ecological reset button. And our job is to keep as much of it on the landscape as we can safely do. But it's complicated. Yeah, we're just facilitating the conversation between fire and humans, essentially. This park will never have a fire problem. Essentially what it has is 2,000 structures and 4 million visitors that we need to work our tails off and during fire season to keep separated from
the fire that we need on the landscape. And that's the challenge. It's 2,000 structures and 4 million visitors.
And so here was this new fire, the maple fire, started by a lightning strike in the middle of a big area that had burned in 1988. And since 1988, due to that mosaic of forest ages, fires starting in the 88 burn area, they hadn't really gone anywhere. And so John and his team decided to let the fire burn, thinking it would just kind of sputter out.
Eyes were wide open as that fire persisted and became 2 acres and then 5, and then maybe a week or so into the fire being on the landscape, it was in the hundreds. And we knew that we were going to have a substantial fire until the snow flew.
And for everyone who studies fire in Yellowstone, this fact, a fire growing large in the 88 burn scar, was something odd.
Generally speaking, up to that point, the 88 fire scar in a lot of ways was almost viewed as asbestos. It was a great natural barrier to fire spread. So for a lot of our fires since 88, we're using that fire scar as a boundary.
But not anymore. A tall column of smoke formed as the fire grew, a huge plume that could be seen from far away. Just 6 miles away, in West Yellowstone, residents started to get nervous about their proximity to the growing fire.
Yeah, things were tense in West Yellowstone, particularly in the beginning of the life of the maple fire. And, I joke about it now, but, some of those first public meetings were 200 pitchforks and tiki torches out there in the crowd.
A dozen fire public information officers were brought in to organize daily public meetings to make sure that the most current information and management plan was getting out. In total, over 400 firefighters were assigned to manage the blaze.
To be honest, the strategy that was eventually employed by the incident management team was something we'd sketched out on a cocktail napkin on about the 3rd day of that fire burning.
The main plan was to control the fire's edge near West Yellowstone and let the rest of the fire keep burning slowly, like lava, eastward. To do so, firefighters would allow the fire to chew its way toward the Madison River on the west side. Then, using the river as a boundary, they'd employ a tactic called a backfire, starting a new fire on the edge of the river. And as the maple fire sucked in air to feed its flames, it would pull the firefighter-ignited burn eastward. The 2 fires would then join, leaving no more fuel on the western flank for the maple fire to carry into. And it worked. But managers were still surprised that the fire was burning heavily in the 88 burn scar at all.
We suspect it was the extreme dryness of the large logs that were dead and downed and underneath. So for a lot of the maple fire area, the fire wasn't carrying through the tops of the vegetation. It was actually first burning underneath through the heavy woody debris, and it would scorch and dry out things enough above it that they would eventually, become consumed after the main fire had passed.
And other than burning in the 88, the maple fire did what many people thought it would do. For the most part, it kept slowly burning east while firefighters watched over it. And eventually, much like the 88 fire season, snow and rain in September put the maple fire out. All of which is what fire managers had planned for.
And now the community of West Yellowstone has a 45,000 acre fire scar on one side of it that is going to insulate it from any fires that we may want to control and can't that originate in that part of the park.
And both John and Roy say that warmer overall temperatures associated with climate change are likely to complicate fire on the landscape. With predictions of fire becoming more likely in the park, the overall makeup of forests may change. Some tree species, such as lodgepole pine, are expected to decline, while others, like Douglas fir, become more prevalent. And the changing environment in Yellowstone poses new challenges that have fire managers like John looking towards the future.
From where I'm sitting, right, because I'm one of the ones making the decision whether a fire should be encouraged to be on the landscape or suppressed, I just keep defaulting to fire is what this ecosystem needs. And ultimately, if climate change dictates that the ecosystem looks differently or functions differently, it's going to be with fire in it. We're not going to start going backwards and putting out fires out of fear of climate change.
And John says that seeing the big picture is the main reason not to go backwards.
Like the expression goes, you trust the process. And what we're doing is managing processes. We're not managing species. We're not even just managing plant communities. We're managing entire processes that we don't completely and nor will ever completely understand all the interrelationships of what fire brings to that. So we're trusting the process.
For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Hey, Miles.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, thanks for joining. We are joined today by Brett DeYoung.
Hello.
Thanks, Brett. Who is the park's supervisory telecommunications specialist here in Yellowstone. So to kind of kick us off with this conversation about telecommunications, cell towers, computers, all the techie stuff that can be a little polarizing here in a park like Yellowstone. People like, remote places without any connectivity. We're going to get into all that, but I have a little trivia for you first. So let's see. We're talking about data. This is a big park, a lot of employees, a lot of computers, a lot of storage. How much storage do you think is supported on Yellowstone's network? You have to take a wild guess.
I'll take a wild guess. 100 terabytes.
You are actually spot on.
Oh.
That's amazing.
I remember Mark's emails.
Good job. So to put that into perspective, I was like, what does 100 terabytes actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This was just some brief Googling. So 300,000 digital photos require 1 terabyte. So if you multiply that by 100, that is 30 million photos. That's a ton.
It's a lot.
That's
of
a ton
photos.
of data and storage.
Or 1 hour of 8K footage. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's probably
8K
not too
3D.
far off. Yeah. But anyway, to get into this topic more, we have Brett DeYoung. Thanks for joining us, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. So starting us off, where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
I started volunteering with the National Park Service. I came to Yellowstone right after graduating from Purdue, and I worked for the concessioner, and I worked with the rangers at Old Faithful doing search and rescue and a number of other different things. Other jobs that I did for the concessioner and risk management and fire safety. I worked with a fire marshal, and I worked with the safety office, and an engineering office. I worked with the facility maintenance division. So I knew most everybody pretty well after the 16 years that I'd worked for the concessioner. And then one day I got a call from someone, and I applied for a job, and I walked across the street. And I asked them where the cafeteria was, because at the concessioner, they fed us every day. And they told me I had to bring my own lunch.
Oh,
bummer.
man.
So I'm still working through that.
Yeah, you're still learning how to, feed yourself
2006
every
is when I
day.
came over.
Did you, why did you first come out and start volunteering? Were you just an outdoors person before that, or?
Yeah, I came out here like most people do because they want to experience the outdoors and they want to live in it, and they want to, rather than taking a vacation, they want to walk out the door and do it on their time off. And so, I was just drawn to that. And it was a really close-knit community down at Old Faithful. Mm-hmm. And we ended up working winters and summers seasonally. And, we all worked closely with the rangers. So it was just nice to spend time and broaden our sphere. So.
Mm-hmm. And what was it? Was there something about Yellowstone that drew you here, or was it just kind of, you just happened to
Not
come out
much,
here?
really. Yeah. No. It was, I was graduating from college in 1989 at Purdue, and it was during a recession at the time, and I was gung-ho to start paying off student loans, and I had a friend that kept saying, I love, I've been working summers in Yellowstone, and you should come out. And I said, okay, let's come out for a summer. And I think you hear that story a lot.
Yep.
People get hooked.
Got hooked.
So, yep. And my wife came out eventually, not long after that, and we just made a home of it.
Cool.
It's such a big park, and there's so many opportunities. You can move all over the place laterally, and there's a lot to do here. That's a benefit of a great big park.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So as a supervisory telecommunications specialist, do you have a typical day on the job? Is there even such a thing? Does it vary by season? What does that look like for you?
Most days are typical. When you get into a supervisory position, you don't get out in the park as much. So there's a lot of office time, which is, can be the downside. The upside is that you work with you have a staff and they become your team, and that's fun too. And you kind of live through them in a lot of ways. But a typical day, we support Yellowstone's dispatch center, which is an 8-position dispatch center. It's FCC licensed. And it's an alarm monitoring center. It's a very busy center, as you all know. And it also supports the communities of Gardner and Corwin Springs and Silvergate and Cook City. And but we support all their technology, all their systems, their 911 systems, their CAD systems. That's their dispatch system. And it's very complex. So if I didn't get a call in the middle of the night from a dispatcher, then the first thing I do is when I get up at 4:45 in the morning is I look at my phone to see if there's any emails from any dispatchers, and maybe a radio system wasn't working correctly, or they weren't getting, when a 911 call came in, it didn't give the phone number or the address, or it was a, misroute or something like that. So I look for those first thing just to see what the day is going to be like. And if there's none of those, then I, like many employees, live outside, in outside communities. I live in Immigrant up in Paradise Valley. If anybody's watched the Yellowstone TV show, it's not like that, but it's very pretty. But I live, so it's an hour commute for me. And we have a rideshare program that we've been doing since 1991, where employees all ride together, and it's a great thing. So, and I've been the program manager of that since 2016, but so sometimes I'll drive the van and drive a bunch of my employees to work. And anyway, so typical day. Then we get here at 7. A lot of us work 10-hour shifts and get in at 7. And I go around, I work with all my staff. I see what the telephone people are up to, what the IT people are up to, what kind of challenges they have, what's on the agenda for the day, what the alarm shop's doing, what the radio shop's doing. And after I've caught up with all of them, then it's like a lot of other jobs. It's emails and contracts and phone calls and meetings.
Gotcha. And so that day that you said you walked across the street to start working for the Park Service, obviously you didn't start out as like a supervisory telecommunications specialist. So can you tell us kind of your path from there to where you are now? Like, did you have other jobs in the meantime, or?
Yeah, that was pretty linear. I came across the Dual Fire Alarm Systems project. I was working in the engineering department with Xanterra, and we had tackled some big fire alarm system deficits. We took care of big buildings with Xanterra, the concessionaire. We did the Old Faithful Inn, the Lake Hotel. Really important overnight occupancies where you can't have, you can't empty the building in the middle of the night because of a nuisance alarm. We did that sometimes. So we got things kind of under wraps over there, and then there were some deficits over here, and they wanted me to tackle that. So that's the job I got hired for. But then I became the alarm shop supervisor, and then my supervisor at the time that hired me, he went on to be the superintendent of American Samoa National Park. So then I detailed in his position, and eventually I got the position. So
nice.
And he's now the superintendent of Death Valley. So he never liked the cold.
Yeah.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
not the place to be if you don't like cold here in Yellowstone.
But an interesting thing about him is he hiked every single trail in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Wow.
And he was here 5 years. His name was Mike Reynolds, and he's still the superintendent of Death Valley. And then when he completed that project, he started hiking them backwards.
Oh, wow.
And then he left for American Samoa.
Wow.
So, yeah, I haven't
That
done.
is an accomplishment.
I'd like to do that, but it hasn't happened yet.
So you kind of ran through all of them, but I'm just curious if you could restate all of the different systems that fall under telecommunications in the park, because I think people, I mean, sometimes I forget, I'm like, I think I'm covering all of them, and I forget fire alarms or something like that.
I forget sometimes too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot.
And then we're reminded. So the radio systems is a really important one, the land mobile radio system. We've got a big complex system, and that's what the rangers use to talk. And we send out pages. We still do pages for our advanced life support crews and EMTs. Law enforcement. There's resource protection people that are doing bear jams and animal jams and things like that. And it's just safety too for people working in the backcountry so they can communicate. So radio is a really important thing. We have telephones. We've got about 500 landlines and 180, 190 cell phone lines. So we manage all those contracts and all that hardware for that and the network that it takes to push it out there. The IT department, we've got a very complex network to get it out there. As you know, the chief information officer came out here one time from the Department of the Interior. He said the last mile is Mammoth. So everything we do to get that from Mammoth to the rest of the park is magic. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of different methods. So then we do internet services. We do all the right-of-way permits for the cell companies. There's a few of those in the park, 5 towers that we try to hide. There's what else? Telephone systems.
Alarm systems, you were saying.
Alarm systems, fire alarm systems, security alarm systems, video security.
And then all the dispatch, which is, like you
said,
said,
dispatch support,
very complex and very important.
Yeah. And I hope I didn't leave anything off so any of my staff is disappointed. But yeah, we do all that, and we try to keep it behind the scenes. So the visitors come and they see the resource and the animals and everything, and this goes unseen, but it's critical to keep them safe. And
right.
So
Very important stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people, like you said, they visit and they would never know
hopefully
what's going on. Yeah, hopefully that's the goal.
Well, and I think a lot of parks in different settings have a lot of these things. They don't have to manage them themselves. We're such a big place. It's like, there's cell phone towers outside of smaller units, or telecommunication stuff kind of comes right up to the edge. Not that they don't have things that they need to do, but I always tell people Yellowstone, it's like a mini state in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah. If you can have a cell tower at a gateway community that covers where you need it to cover, that's great. We don't have to put it on federal land, but that just doesn't work here. It just doesn't reach far enough.
Right.
Yeah. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job?
Most important skill, prioritizing. Technical aptitude is the obvious one. A broad array of technical experience. Yeah. You have to be kind of a generalist in a lot of ways and, a specialist in others. But prioritization is really important. Essentialism is really important, which is kind of like prioritization, but doing what's most important all the time. And finding focus is really important because multitasking is kind of a defeatist sort of a skill. I think you do a better job for your customers when you're more focused and less multitasking.
Yeah. And so what would you say is your favorite part of your job?
Oh, well, it's probably a boring answer, but it's true. I really like coming in and working with all my staff, seeing them face to face. We do have some remote workers, especially in IT, and they're great. And it's really fun to interact with people at different parks in different parts of the country. But, interacting with the staff, they're enthusiastic. A lot of them have been around for a long time. And you bounce ideas off each other, and they resource and network. And so that's great. The other best part about the job is probably going to like remote repeater sites up on mountaintops, and we'll hike to some of those. Sometimes we fly, we try not to. But skiing to them is pretty cool. It takes a lot of planning, and you got to be safe, but that's a great way to stay connected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's been some good trips up to Mount Holmes the past few years, I feel like.
Yeah.
Among others.
Yeah.
But I know I've seen some pictures from that in challenging conditions. Things always like to go down in the middle of the winter, it seems like.
Yeah. And we do everything we can to make sure that they're going to hold up for the winter, do all that work in the summer. But occasionally they quit. So you have to travel.
Yeah, we get some less than ideal weather in Yellowstone sometimes.
Just
we do.
Sometimes.
We certainly do. Sometimes you can't fly, so you have to take other methods to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you just have to wait.
And where are those located?
We have 8 mountaintop repeaters. We have one on Druid Peak in the Lamar that you can't see. We have one on Henderson Mountain just outside of the park. We have one on Top Notch, which is in the park. We have one on Mount Washburn, which you can drive to for about 4 months of the year. That's quite a luxury. We have one just outside of the park on Survey Peak, in right on the edge of Grand Teton National Park in the Jebediah Smith Wilderness area, which is funny. You have to land the helicopter right on the park side because that's
right.
Recommended wilderness, and Jebediah is actual wilderness, so no helicopters. So it's like an invisible line right on the peak. And then there's also Sheridan has one with a 1926 New Deal era fire lookout up there.
Wow.
That's really cool. And Mount Holmes, there's one on there. There's one on Purple Mountain. And the Mount Holmes one was inside a 1926 fire lookout, but it got struck by lightning and went down in a blaze. So let's see, did I miss any? Oh, Bunsen Peak also, which is just outside of Mammoth.
Which people can hike up to if they want.
They can?
Yeah. And see that one.
The Holmes one made me sad. That was the first one I'd ever hiked up to of the fire lookouts. I was sad when that burned down.
Yeah.
Such a cool location.
Sure was.
And so you mentioned your favorite parts of the job. On the other side of that, what are some of the toughest things that you encounter in your position?
The toughest things is when things crash. That's a real challenge. Those middle of the night calls, you have to wake up and be lucid and understand what the problem is and who your resources are, and get to the root of the problem pretty quickly. It always amazes me how quickly we can restore something that seems catastrophic. So that's really challenging. Other things, like we may have links go down for days and there's been 2 times in my career that we lost Mount Washburn, which is kind of a hub, and we didn't have any cell service at all. And there's a lot of medicals in Yellowstone. There's a lot of, heart attacks and life flights and things like that. And when someone can't call 911 from an interior location, that burden just falls on us really hard. And if you're in the middle of something else and that call comes in, you're just, there's really no backup for you. So you just have to be fully engaged. Last fall that happened, and there's only been a handful of times that it happened, but last fall it happened the night before I direct a running race north of Yellowstone. And so as the director, I was very busy and probably going to be up all night, but this happened in the middle of the night. So managing those 2 things was hard. So
yeah, I can imagine emergencies like that can be very stressful. But
exciting.
Yeah, exciting. And thankful that you're there to assist.
but then it's good to, I mean, there's always an upside to a challenge, an opportunity with a challenge, but just having a phone full of resources and knowing that I can get a hold of, a power company representative in the middle of the night, a cell tower company representative in the middle of the night, and I can get these things back up with their help. Everywhere in America, the linemen are always out in the worst times, and they're kind of heroes when it comes to that sort of stuff. So that's the role we have to fill.
Yeah. So even with those types of difficulties or challenges that you might encounter, what keeps you here? What keeps you working for the National Park Service? Why do you stick around?
Oh, gosh, all kinds of things. I mean, just the whole mission of it. Oh, one of the biggest things is just that this is just still an intact ecosystem, and all the predator-prey relationship, all the predators that are restored, and that's amazing. And I've been here 30 years, and you don't get over that. So that's a thing, and then the people, and I don't know. I could go on and on. Yeah. Skiing's pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe not this winter.
I try not to talk about skiing too much because you guys only have so much time.
Yeah. We'll have to hear some ski stories another time. But do you have in all your years being here in Yellowstone, working for the National Park Service, do you have a defining moment? Is there a moment that sticks out to you that you're like, yes, like that's why I work here, and it was super rewarding?
Okay, here comes a ski story.
Okay, perfect.
We had Mount Holmes, and Miles, you reference this, but in 2011, Mount Holmes, the repeater antenna went down in December, and there was a big storm coming in. And the Mount Holmes repeater is also used by Montana State Patrol for Highway 191 outside of the park, where there's a lot of accidents. It's a dangerous road. It's a pretty important one. So, but we couldn't get a helicopter in because the storm front was coming in fast. So we decided we were going to ski it. So it was a team of three. It was another guy, Dustin Seen. He was a radio tech with us. Now he's the superintendent of Bighorn National Monument and Bighorn Recreational Area and some other stuff. And Doug Krause, who's our health tech foreman. We put together that trip in December, which there isn't much daylight. And we thought we'd stay in the winter cabin on the way in. We opened up the door, and it was about a half-inch deep in mouse poop. Ooh. So we said, nope. We're not going to do that. We thought we can push to the summit. So it was a real big effort. We got to the summit, and I got the cabin opened, and the storm was starting to pick up. And this is a 10,300 foot peak. It's a big effort. It took hours, and
it's a long ski in too, right? I mean, it
is a long ski. Yeah, it's a
10 miles.
Yeah,
one way,
it's
right?
eight hard miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got the cabin opened up. We got a temporary antenna installed, testing it out, and then we got that door closed. And the storm came in and just blew so hard all night. It just rattled that fire lookout all night, and but that was pretty neat. We were testing the radio from inside, and we were talking to Montana Highway Patrol on this really remote site. And next morning, ski out was nice.
Oh, that's super cool.
So that was good.
Yeah.
Good trip.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a defining moment. But that's one of the good ones.
Yeah. Definitely memorable. It sounds like.
Yeah.
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 So I'm just, you said about 30 years you've been doing telecommunications stuff in Yellowstone, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, of course, all fields change over time, but I feel like telecoms may be the fastest changing field in the past 30 years, I would venture. So what's it been like to see? I mean, I'm trying to think, my first summer here was 2006, and I think there was like a payphone in our dorm. I mean, there was no internet that we could even use, or my cell phone didn't work unless I drove a long way. I would think I was at Canyon. And you were here well before that. So what's it been like to see the change? Because now I'm at home and I can stream 4K movies from a satellite. It's so different.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So my first summer was 89, and we had a payphone, and we couldn't get radio stations, and we couldn't get TV stations. We watched VHS movies at the pub. That was fun. But It has changed a lot, and that's always a topic of discussion. And whenever there's some sort of new proposal, we get a lot of comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed that people are very invested in the connectivity in Yellowstone.
Yeah, so there's two different aspects to your question. There's the expectation of a wilderness experience or a historic experience as well. But then there's also keeping up with what the needs are. And then, we're also a government agency, so we're on a government network and we have cybersecurity issues, and we have to protect those perimeters like vigilantly as much as any other government agency.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So we're always protecting ourselves from threats, So that's the biggest agent of change these days, is keeping up with that and all the training and what we have to do for that. But everything in the middle between then and now, we've gone from, like you said, you had a cell phone, there was very few towers.
Mm-hmm.
We've added a few. We've definitely put a stop to more towers. But there was a point when Suzanne Lewis was the superintendent, and she said, I'm the only one who's going to have a cell phone. And then, then that expanded a little bit, and now we've got 150 of them out there because it's kind of a tool that everybody has to use, and the cost has gone down. But so, yeah, that's a big question. It's changed. A lot has changed. And we're fortunate to have some people that have been working in IT for 35 years, which is pretty neat because it's fun to hear their stories.
Mm-hmm.
But we also do have a wireless communications plan that the park put together in 2009, and that limits a lot of our wireless technology.
Mm.
So the intent of that is to not have cellular service on the roadways and in the backcountry, and limit it to the developed areas and only specific developed areas, which is a bit of a compromise. This is still one of those places in the lower 48, you can drive from Mammoth to Old Faithful and not have a cell signal for, 52, 53 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, especially with how ubiquitous internet connectivity has become everywhere. I think sometimes visitors come and they're just like, some people come specifically for that, and other people are just shocked. They're like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean my Google Maps doesn't tell me where to go? Or like, where can I get Wi-Fi here?
Yep.
And there's one place, it's 3 hours away.
Yeah. I get the visitor comments in both perspectives.
Yeah, exactly. In both directions.
Sometimes in the middle, but usually strongly one way or the other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're getting into the nitty gritty here. If somebody were to go on USA Jobs and want to apply, to work in telecommunications, what series would they be looking for?
Well, the telecommunication series is the 0391. Electronics technician, which is our radio technicians and alarm technicians, are 0856. And the IT specialists are 2210 or 2210. And that's a really fast growing series because everything is connected by networks now. So radio's connected, telephone's connected by networks. So that's a good one to look for. And there's a lot of recruiting going on in the IT world. So in my branch, you could be any one of those threes.
Okay. And so are the opportunities available from like entry level all the way up? What does that look like?
Yeah. 7, 9, 11,
okay,
13.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so what types of training or anything like that would people need to get into that type of work?
You just fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. A variety of stuff. Radio technicians, we hire a lot from the military because they get really good training.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up antennas and repeaters and base stations and microwave network extenders and things like that. But anyone who's worked with radio frequency technology, IT, there's all kinds of, you can be Cisco certifications, you can be, graduate in computer science. We've hired those. A lot of people just gain a lot of knowledge and experience from jobs. And so as a hiring official myself, I look for all of those things. Myself, I have a bachelor's in the School of Technology with a specialty in organizational leadership. So I'm a lot of, leading a group as much as the technical. So, so it varies. There's no straight track.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll kind of find that in the Park Service as well. People kind of come from all kinds of backgrounds.
Yeah.
As well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think knowledge and experience counts for more on a resume for this line of work than a degree does. But yeah, I don't know. We've hired some recent graduates too. So,
do you have any advice if people were interested in applying or, getting that experience? What advice would you give for them?
Yellowstone, we feel like we're really specialists. A lot of small parks have one technology person and everything's thrown at them. But we're really, as far as the industry goes, we're generalists.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in IT, if you're doing like system administration, also learn about networking and also learn about cybersecurity and learn about maybe coding, so branch out a little bit. And if you're, if you're into radios, also learn about networking so you can do radio over IP. So I would say that those are important things to do. If you want to work for us doing fire alarm systems, get like a NICET certification, National Institute for Certification in Engineering Technologies. And that tells me that you really know the codes, the fire codes in and out, and you're not going to build a system that's not going to work. So
cool.
Those are a few tips.
Yeah, that's great. And so finally, the last question we like to ask everybody is just about your personal experience, any memorable experience you've had. It could be either in Yellowstone or any other national park, work or personal time. Do you have a moment that sticks out to you?
Yeah, the 5 years I worked in the Bear Den ski shop at Snow Lodge.
Yeah.
That was the peak of my career, not of my pay, but
it's often how it works.
Yeah.
But it's been going up and down ever since. So yeah, that was great. We worked there the last year that it was open. It was the Snow Lodge then was nothing more than really, it looked like a roadside motel. It was cheap. Anybody could afford to stay there. The people that came to visit, they were all interesting. And the Bear Den ski shop was a log cabin with a wood stove right next to it. And that was great. They built a new hotel, the Snow Lodge Hotel, and the ski shop's in the gift shop now, and it's all still good. But those were good days back then. There was quite a community back then too. They were really strong skiers and outdoors people, and just a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome.
And many rangers worked in that ski shop too over the years before they moved over to the Park Service.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that wraps it up.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett.
Thanks for having me. Yeah. It was fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brett DeYoung. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is Telemetry, stories of science and nature from the world's first national park.
All right, guys, ready for the first one.
It's not yet dawn when someone gives the signal. Dark figures in puffy jackets are up on a scaffold. They move into place against the pale sky, and it's quiet. Weirdly quiet for the number of people here and what's about to happen. At the Stevens Creek facility inside Yellowstone National Park, the staff works a system of ropes and pulleys. A corral gate opens, and then a single bison rushes through a curved passage toward what's called the squeeze chute. The gate closes behind. Inside the squeeze chute, mechanical walls close in on the animal's flanks. His ID number is quickly logged. Then the chute opens, and this 3-year-old bison, a wild American plains bison, escapes down a constricted alley in the only direction he can. And into a livestock trailer. Many winters, hundreds of Yellowstone bison are loaded onto trailers just like this one, to be slaughtered. They're shipped to slaughter facilities to reduce the number of bison migrating outside the park and into the state of Montana. Because in the state of Montana, there is limited tolerance for wild bison on the landscape. But these bison are not being shipped to slaughter. These bison are going to a wide prairie on the Fort Peck Indian Reservation. Today on Telemetry, we're talking about the rehoming of wild bison from Yellowstone National Park to the Assiniboine and Sioux tribes of the Fort Peck Indian Reservation. That rehoming is part of a program called Quarantine. The program is one of the only alternatives to shipping wild bison to slaughter, and its history in the making.
It's good you're wearing light colors. They seem to, they'll like, that's why I usually wear a white hat just for that reason.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so let's continue with the tour.
Down to the facility.
Dr. Chris Jeremiah is a wildlife biologist at Yellowstone National Park. He manages Yellowstone's bison program.
Be careful, sometimes there's rattlesnakes in the taller grass.
Chris and I are walking around the Stevens Creek facility. It's midsummer, weeks before any bison will go to Fort Peck. The ground is threadbare, dead grass and dirt, and the flies are pretty bad today. Stevens Creek is the epicenter of bison conservation. Bison are migratory, and the states surrounding Yellowstone National Park treat bison differently than other migratory wildlife. After a court-mediated settlement, Stevens Creek was built in the late 1990s to manage bison migrating out of the park. Today, Stevens Creek is where migrating bison are captured and either shipped to slaughter or held until they can be transferred outside the park as part of Quarantine. Chris says the story of Quarantine is a story of success. It's the result of decades of collaboration between a legion of federal, state, and tribal stakeholders.
There's so many people that want us to find another solution to sending bison to slaughter. They want us to find a way to get live bison out. We're really just trying to show people how you can do it. To show people that we can move live bison out of Yellowstone. We can send them to tribes. We can reconnect tribes and bison. And hopefully in the fullness of time, reconnect bison with public lands.
But like most stories of bison conservation, Chris says it's also shot through with complexity and compromise.
You know, I kind of see it like you're standing, to use a park analogy, in the middle of Hayden Valley, which is a huge valley in the middle of the park, and you're in waist-deep snow. And bison conservation is like post-holing across that valley. You just don't go anywhere quickly, and it's an awful lot of hard work. Okay, so let's go to the big sorting pen, where the original sorting pen, which we call the bullpen, when we first created Stevens Creek, it was where we're going to put the bulls.
We climb up onto the scaffold that overlooks the facility. This is my first time up here, and I'll be honest, the view is a little unsettling. I'm used to seeing wild bison out in the big green valleys of the park, rivers and trout streams running through. But here, I see 55 male bison inside an ordinary pen. And I'm thinking, how did we get here?
100 or more years ago, many wildlife species, most wildlife species, were harvested to sustain the pioneering, way of people exploring the West.
That's Rick Wallen back in 2014. Rick used to lead Yellowstone's bison program before he retired in 2018.
And elk, deer, pronghorn, all the large animals were of very low abundance after we colonized western United States.
But with bison, the situation was even more troubling. It's estimated that somewhere between 30 and 70 million bison roamed this land before European colonization. As settlers moved west, the extermination of the American bison began. Many saw bison as both a marketable commodity and a means to suppress the tribes who revered and depended on bison. And so, within just a few decades, the bison were all but annihilated.
In fact, in the turn of the last century, the only known wild bison were in Yellowstone National Park. There was only a couple of dozen.
From tens of millions to a couple of dozen animals hunkered down deep in the interior of Yellowstone National Park. The only wild, free-ranging bison in the area remaining from the original great herds. It's hard to grasp such willful decimation. But national debate over the near extinction of the American bison would go on to inspire one of the country's first conservation achievements.
It was phenomenal that our forefathers had the insight to preserve Yellowstone National Park. And I think they did it partly because they saw what was happening to wild bison across the country, and partly to preserve the unique landscape and geological features of the landscape. So this is it. This is the, kind of the location that preserved wild bison into eternity.
In addition to the couple of dozen animals in Yellowstone, there were an estimated 300 or so bison that survived in privately owned herds across North America. In fact, a few animals from those private herds were brought to Yellowstone to start a breeding program. And after decades of protection and restoration efforts, the number of bison in Yellowstone grew from a couple of dozen animals to a few thousand.
So that's a very successful program. With all of that success comes the propensity for them to wander and roam, and now they want to roam well beyond the preserve that we've set up here as Yellowstone National Park.
And roaming beyond the boundaries of Yellowstone National Park has led to one of the most complex cross-boundary wildlife issues of our time. 3 states surround Yellowstone National Park: Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana. Very few bison migrate outside the park into areas of Idaho and Wyoming. Most of the bison that migrate outside Yellowstone wander into the state of Montana, where there's limited tolerance for bison.
Bison are big, they scare people, they break things. Encountering a buffalo at 70 miles an hour isn't very comforting sight.
But there are also fears that bison could transmit a disease called brucellosis to cattle. Brucellosis is a bacterial disease that can cause miscarriages in animals like bison and elk and domestic cattle. Domestic cattle introduced the disease to wildlife before the 1930s. Now, wildlife in the greater Yellowstone area, including elk and bison, can give it back to cattle.
The concern about brucellosis is that if wildlife, well, let me back up one step. The concern really is that the livestock industry has worked really hard for many decades to eliminate the disease in livestock. So their concern is, legitimate. They've worked hard, cleaned up their industry, and they'd like to see this additional threat eliminated.
In an effort to try to eliminate or at least mitigate conflicts between humans and bison in the state of Montana, the state and the federal government reached a court-mediated settlement on how to manage Yellowstone bison. The idea was to limit the number of bison in Yellowstone and reduce the risk of bison migrating out of the park and transmitting brucellosis to cattle.
So in order to prevent dispersal beyond our established conservation area, there are years where the agencies need to get together and develop a management strategy to cull bison.
Until quarantine, there were really only two main options for culling or removing bison: hunting outside park boundaries or shipping animals to slaughter. Hunting only removes a limited number of animals, so shipping to slaughter has become the primary method of culling wild bison. But here's one of the tricky things about managing bison when it comes to brucellosis. It's elk, not bison, that have reinfected domestic cattle. Elk have reinfected cattle almost 30 times over the last several decades, and elk are not managed the same way as bison. Elk are not shipped to slaughter. In fact, elk roam free outside the boundaries of the park, where they frequently come into contact with cattle. Because of this, many experts argue that the risk of brucellosis transmission between bison and cattle is not a scientifically credible reason for the differential treatment of bison compared to elk. So until there is more support for wild bison living outside of Yellowstone National Park, hundreds of Yellowstone bison will continue to be culled in many years. Some bison are removed through hunting outside the park, some undergo quarantine, and some are sent to slaughter.
So that is a very controversial side of bison management. Many people don't like to see the animals sent to slaughter. The National Park Service would prefer not to send the animals to slaughter. But it is a mitigation measure to, allow us to have the acceptance for bison outside the park that we do have.
I'm back at Stevens Creek with Chris Jeremiah. We're still looking out over the facility, at the 55 male bison inside their ordinary pen, at the 55 bison who are about to complete part of the quarantine process.
Okay, so quarantine is a 3-step process. So probably the biggest challenge that we faced with quarantine was trying to figure out where and how we do these 3 phases.
Chris is talking about the protocols for males. The steps for quarantine are different for males and females. But for males, the process goes like this. Phase 1 is a screening phase during which all animals in the group have to test negative for brucellosis during 2 consecutive months. This takes about 200 days. Animals that pass phase 1 move on to phase 2. In phase 2, they must test negative 2 more times over the course of 1 year. And phase 3 is what's called assurance testing. It's kind of a fail-safe. Phase 3 includes 2 more tests over another year. So for males, that means 200 days plus 1 year plus 1 year.
So when we originally built this pen, the thought was that only that first phase that I described would happen in Yellowstone, because we'd never documented an animal having brucellosis, having bacteria after that first 200 days, that screening phase. We thought that that would be sufficient, and Fort Peck would be the place where they'd undergo that phase 2 quarantine and phase 3 assurance testing. So we didn't think they were going to be here that long. We thought they'd be here 200 days.
The tribes thought that way too. They built their facility with managing the full quarantine process in mind.
The facilities up at Fort Peck are much more capable for handling large numbers of animals, than what we have here. It has all of the infrastructure, it has all of the land, and it's much larger than any of the structures within Yellowstone National Park. It's a great place to do quarantine. And on top of that, all of the costs associated with caring for and feeding animals would not be incurred by the federal government.
But disease management protocols dictate that it's only after an animal passes phase 2 that a state veterinarian can certify it as brucellosis-free. And according to Montana state law, only brucellosis-free animals can be transported outside the designated surveillance area for brucellosis, which surrounds Yellowstone.
So we were stuck at this impasse. So I think we got to the point where maybe it makes sense to try and reach the common ground that we all have and start getting operational quarantine started
And for now, that means phase 1 and 2 happen inside the designated surveillance area for brucellosis, and only phase 3 happens at Fort Peck.
Something we've had to learn now is, well, can these bison actually live in an old weed field?
I spend the later part of the day on a flatbed truck with Chris and a couple of the Stevens Creek Wranglers. They fill the truck with bales of hay, then Chris drives around the pen in a wide arc. The Wranglers flake bales of hay off the back of the truck. The bison file in behind to feed. They follow the contour of hay in plodding steps. Almost 2 years of this.
It keeps you up at night at times. I never at any point in my life would I have, envisioned that I would be trying to help come up with strategies for wildlife conservation that just don't feel like wildlife conservation at some points because it's very complex. But I would definitely do it again in a heartbeat. Seeing these animals with those trailers heading north to Fort Peck, those successes, that makes, I think, all the rest worthwhile. It's going to be a good day.
Oh, this is great. We got room. How's that for some space?
On August 19th, 2019, 7 trailers full of bison pulled into the quarantine facility at the Fort Peck Indian Reservation. The Fort Peck Reservation lies beyond a stretch of northern Montana called the High Line. I've heard people describe it as God's country, and now I see why. Rolling hills of late summer grass and wheat draw an endless line under a wash of blue. These bison traveled 500 miles to get here. They're the first of that larger group of bison to be transferred to the tribes, 55 in all. The trailers line up side by side. Workers unlock the trailers. Then one by one, they open the doors. "19 wild bison barrel out of the trailers and into the prairie beyond. The start of a new fate for Yellowstone bison captured at Stevens Creek.
The 19 bison that we just released out here is an awesome event.
That's Floyd Azure, chairman of the Fort Peck tribes.
It's a feeling I can't express. I mean, it's something that I don't know. I think you have to be Native American to understand what it is.
Chairman Azure is looking out past the fences at the group of bison that are noses to the ground, nibbling on bites of grass.
It's just like, that's beautiful. I mean, you don't see anything more beautiful than that. And my ancestors seen that every day, and they realized what they had. And now I understand. That's why they were very protective of the bison. It was their everyday survival. So, and that's what I feel today is just that I understand.
Bison hold great value, cultural and spiritual value, for many tribes. And Yellowstone bison are special because they're seen as some of the only genetically pure descendants of the ancestral herds that once roamed across North America. Many tribes view the treatment of bison as a grave injustice and see the restoration of bison as a source of healing.
I want to get back to where we were back then, where we took care of ourselves, where we didn't have to depend on any government or anybody. We took care of each other. We took care of nature to make sure that we had food for the next day. We've had a lot of ups and downs since one. We had to prove ourselves numerous times, and I think finally we got it across that we can do this, and we will do this.
Chairman Azure says that trust has been an issue among the interagency partners that manage quarantine, and that sometimes the tribes have felt left out of the decision-making process.
It's a stereotypical picture of the Native American, that we can't do anything. No, we can. I mean, if we get the right people, it's just like anybody else. You get the right people in place, you get the right attitude, it gets done.
And Chairman Azure says the Fort Peck tribes have the right attitude and the right people.
Today was a very historical day, I feel.
Robbie Magnan is the director of the Fort Peck Tribes Fish and Wildlife Department. He runs the buffalo program for the tribes.
Personally, I feel that we accomplished something finally. We wanted to see these animals come out alive. Our whole goal is to get buffalo restored other places in the United States.
Once bison complete their last phase of quarantine at Fort Peck, they can be released on the reservation or go to other tribes and organizations that want to establish conservation herds. In fact, the Fort Peck tribes have already transferred some of their earlier quarantine graduates to the Bronx Zoo and some to the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming. And the Fort Peck tribes are actively exploring more possibilities like these with the Intertribal Buffalo Council. That's a coalition of 69 federally recognized tribes committed to restoring buffalo to Indian country. Robbie Magnan says it's time for tribes to reconnect with the buffalo.
Buffalo always been part of Native Americans' economy. And we left the buffalo. They didn't leave us. We need to get back to the buffalo and learn from them again. See, I keep watching these guys, keep learning from these guys. My only hope right now.
Hope. Chairman Azure says that's the overriding feeling here today. Hope for a future with bison. Hope for a future with more collaboration.
I hope that we don't have any more fights over this. I hope that we can work together on more projects than this. Understand that working together solves problems. I mean, no one is any different than anybody else. God created us all equal. And that's how we're going to survive, and that's how we get things done. I mean, the problems can be solved by working together, not by separating each other.
That night, Chris and the rest of the group from Yellowstone's Bison Management Office make camp outside the fenced pasture. The sky turns orange, then starry, and the crickets start to sing. Rick Wallen is there too. He's come to help and, not for nothing, to see the years of work before retirement bear out.
Well, you know, Yellowstone bison for many decades have had a frightful ending when they leave the national park. The conservation of Yellowstone bison should never be about, fright. They're not a pest on the landscape. Yellowstone bison are a cultural resource and a legacy. They're a noble native wildlife species on the landscape and deserve some sort of an honorable ending. And for these animals that want to migrate out of the national park, they find that there's no place for them to go. We've spent a decade trying to find a place for them to go. And that place right now is a trailer trip to Fort Peck Indian Reservation. And the tribes here at Fort Peck honor them more than most of the world. So, until we can find more space for wild bison in the greater Yellowstone area, this becomes an alternative to, a death trap and a shipment to slaughter. And we're happy. We're happy to see them find tall grass and beautiful sunsets on the prairie where their ancestors once lived by the millions. May they long live a happy life.
The next morning, we make the trip back to Yellowstone, back to Stevens Creek, back to get ready for 2 more transfers of bison. In 36 hours, we've driven 1,000 miles, and there are 2,000 more to go.
Last night when we were up at Fort Peck, you asked me, what was I thinking about seeing those first 19 bison get released up at Fort Peck. Today we're back at Stevens Creek. 10 years ago, I never would have thought that quarantine was a possibility. It was a compromise. Everybody had to give something to reach that goal. And each partner has to do exactly what they need to do in each stage for this to be successful. We have to trust each other. We can only go as far as we can all go together. My goal with these 55 bison is to show people how to do quarantine. So we need other people to learn from what we just showed as possible. I think what we need to say is that we open the door, but we also need to pass the torch on doing quarantine. And these 55 bison they'll be teachers to us all.
Chris and I get in his car. He sticks the key in the ignition, then takes it out. It's only a few months until winter, when culling could begin, but also the next opportunity to bring new animals into quarantine. Through the dusty windshield, we can see the pen holding the rest of the bison that will go to Fort Peck. Chris looks out past the fences, past the bison, past the line of cottonwoods that marks the park boundary in the distance. It's been a long road, but I think Chris is the kind of guy who's okay with playing the long game.
I've spent a lot of time with bison in this park, and I've seen some of the most amazing things from whether it's the natural behavior of bison, or watching a young kid kind of go out to watch bison, like carrying his little bison stuffed animal. Just so excited to see Yellowstone bison. And I've, with management, seen some of the hardest things that I've had to do, which is to send these animals to slaughter. And I just see a place for quarantine. It can reconnect tribes with bison. It can help protect the genome of bison. And it has potential to reconnect bison with public lands.
Tell me about your truck.
It's a 1907 Tacoma. 1997. Did I say 07?
How many miles?
271,000. It's time to replace the fan belt.
As Chris and I drive back to his office, we pass under the Roosevelt Arch. It's a 50-foot stone arch with the inscription, "For the benefit and enjoyment of the people." That's a phrase from the 1872 legislation that established Yellowstone National Park. For the benefit and enjoyment of the people. And not just some of the people, all of the people. Just that one phrase. It holds so much. How simple things might have been if Yellowstone had been established solely with the preservation of nature in mind. But it wasn't. And that tension, that balance between managing for our ecological values, our cultural values, and our political values is what makes our decisions so hard and so worthwhile. Make no mistake, we have tough choices ahead. But even Theodore Roosevelt knew that nothing worth having comes easy. Telemetry is made possible by Yellowstone Forever, the official nonprofit partner of Yellowstone National Park. More at yellowstone.org. And by Canon USA's Eyes on Yellowstone program. Thanks also to the Acoustic Atlas at the Montana State University Library. You can find more episodes at go.nps.gov/telemetry. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton.
Hey, Jake.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, we're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right. Well,
it's on my list, though.
Make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh, it's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80 publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessioner. So
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many, many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's. I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park. And so it was
They're highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think, was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time. Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season. So your first Park Service job was
permanent. My first Park Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really
very
awesome.
That is everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical, but Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't, how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after and applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the typical thing. Yeah. But it can't happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time, being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry Center.
Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, but I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is, waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from
I did. I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park in operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that and came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
Yeah,
well,
that's a lot.
It's something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and
Do
also
you count all the different translations as separate things,
Sure,
or not?
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time,
Gotcha.
from like October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get. So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of. And then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like, is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues. I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say it's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products, InDesign, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah, which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have, because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing, more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that. There was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on, like, with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think. Yeah. And also when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far. Everything else pales in comparison to that.
So like out of the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using in baseline grid, and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff, I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Because like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? Because it's like you can't like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about the park. Like you get to learn about not only all these different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing, you kind of have to know a little bit about everything. And so I think it helps to be curious.
It definitely helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
Yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for you.
Find your niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah. When we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah. You're like, all right. Yeah.
Okay.
Job
You're in the right job.
So, how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4.whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's safe to say, like, almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like, I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake, with the hard hitting question.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out. And I was just kind of like, oh,
I had the same moment. Like when I
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, you know, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose is I've had so many over the years, but I mean, I did the seasonal job for fun and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months. And I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not that there's anything wrong with it. I just, for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they, what's the series they're looking for?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally, these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, gosh, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media. So you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them. But I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, you know, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production. So
Specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think, look for, 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio, video, or editing or writing. And it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to, set an alert. You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs, like is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed
kind
you
of
to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am. I think.
Yeah. That's
Do you-
cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to, I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as they're, and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
It is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
well, yeah, not so much like advice on like how, like what did you do that somebody else could replicate, but just like what are the things that are going to set people up for success?
Yeah.
And it seems like the things you just mentioned were.
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
Yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with, on a high note. Like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about, going out to Kantishna was the first time to kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing, maybe?
Yeah. My first summer here, I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those, like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time. So I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow, the next day get up, go to the summit, come back, camp, the next morning get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen. And he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp and I packed up all my stuff and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
The National Park Service works hard to protect Yellowstone, and we need your help. The best way to start is by taking the Yellowstone Pledge. It's a personal promise you make to yourself and the park. It can be taken anywhere. It doesn't need to be taken out loud or in front of anyone. Tag #Yellowstone Pledge and encourage others to do the same. I pledge to protect Yellowstone National Park. I will act responsibly and safely, set a good example for others, and share my love of the park and all the things that make it special. Top tips to put the pledge into action. Give wildlife room. Use a zoom. The safest way to view wildlife is through a telephoto lens, a spotting scope, or a pair of binoculars. Park animals are wild and dangerous. Bison, bears, and elk have injured and killed people. Do not approach, encircle, follow, or feed any animal. Stay 100 yards 91 meters from bears and wolves. Stay 25 yards 23 meters from all other animals. Follow the beaten path. In thermal areas, boardwalks take you to amazing places, protect the park, and keep you safe. People have been severely burned and killed after leaving the boardwalk or reaching into hot water. Geysers, mud pots, and hot springs are delicate. Don't throw anything into any hydrothermal features, touch them, or change them in any way. Be bear aware. Carry bear spray and know how to use it. Be alert, make noise, hike in groups, and stay on trails. If you encounter a bear, never run. Watch out for water. Use caution around rivers, lakes, and streams. They are cold and fast, and people have died from hypothermia and drowning after accidentally falling into frigid water. Practice safe selfies. No picture is worth hurting yourself, others, or the park. Be aware of your surroundings, whether near wildlife, thermal areas, roads, or steep cliffs. Enjoy the ride. Drive defensively and cautiously. This park has hazards on the road you aren't used to at home, like 2000 lb. Bison. Follow speed limits and stay with your car if you're stuck in a wildlife jam. When you want to take a photo or look around, use pullouts to avoid blocking traffic and damaging vegetation. Turn off your vehicle when stopped in a traffic line. Leave your drone at home. Drones are not allowed in Yellowstone National Park. They disturb wildlife, interfere with park operations, and bother people trying to enjoy natural sounds. Clean, drain, dry. Help us prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. Clean, drain, and dry your watercraft and fishing gear before you come into the park or move from one body of water to another. Stash your trash. Recycle what you can and put the rest in bear-resistant trash cans so animals can't get to it. If a can happens to be full, find another. Leave what you find. Don't take antlers, artifacts, rocks, plants, or other
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition?
Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean, if you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete
trying to
system,
anticipate.
because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's
Wow.
and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all, behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I don't really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter to the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from that spec sheet. But
wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Between water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
My pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So on the outside, like you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those
There's
two
a
things.
few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back. It was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on the job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. That was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is like, I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yeah. Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and or a time of year, or like what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical days since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh, yeah, there was a big flood. Yeah.
Yeah. So been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads. And in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner, where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy.
Wasn't on your radar either. It was just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And, living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up, and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So, so I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of is here.
Being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible. kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, those, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood. That I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready.
Yeah, right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ. This position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water, so we get the fun of, we work with EPA for drinking water Region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So,
well, that's also the benefit. But the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do have a little bit like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, what do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing? I
like pumping sludge.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my favorite part of when I get to get out of the office, or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do it?
We're doing
just
it a
like
lot more
sludge.
than we ever have now with this new treatment facility. So
it's gonna be a good day.
The closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
Right now it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay.
And they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question.
What are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
That's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why? Like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff. But no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years, doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say that
anymore.
sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah, and just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and not to talk, the flood was definitely one last 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And because that's like the whole, everything other than work, it is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and, things like that.
Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah. So I guess in some ways improved, and in some ways,
fun, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So you know,
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. You know, if you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. There's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom, be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that,
we typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire. We have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
You gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. Do you have any advice for people? Like if they wanted to get started in this, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But
Correct.
if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant, and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like, it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So
way
if you were to
describe
say,
it.
what's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year. It should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. And just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the Park Service. Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 or 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
I don't want to sit, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that. But we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower. And were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on MAC, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed.
Right? Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
absorbed
all of the waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines. But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel so
silly.
No. He's winking at us. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone.
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
Those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that again, getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did. We really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry. Every season in Yellowstone is pretty fantastic, but if you're into listening to the sounds of animals, spring and summer, well, there's just nothing like it. And while most creatures in Yellowstone are busily singing their hearts out this time of year, there's one animal that actually gets a little quieter in the spring and summer. And that's the wolf. You see, there's a seasonal cycle to wolf howling. Howling ramps up through the fall and it peaks in late winter. Then comes springtime.
Howling abruptly drops off, and this is caused by the female choosing a place to den that they really want to keep secret, if at all possible.
That's Kira Cassidy, research associate with the Yellowstone Wolf Project.
Choosing a den site is extremely important for a wolf pack. It's going to be their hub for the entire summer. It's the house of the entire next generation. And it has to be protected, of course, because the tiny, helpless pups are going to be there for several months. We've had cases where a pack has attacked another wolf's den and even killed the pups in some cases. They don't really want to let other packs know where they are and what they're doing. And in order to avoid that, they keep quiet.
Now, it's not only the frequency of howling that changes throughout the year, but the type of howling shifts too.
Wolves howl for a couple of different reasons. Some of that would be within the pack, so to keep track of each other, say if they've been separated.
And even though they're doing a lot less of it, this is the kind of howling that tends to dominate in the spring and summer, wolves communicating with their own pack mates.
They also howl to let other packs know where they are and to kind of establish a territory.
Wolves will often have these howling bouts with other packs. The two packs will howl back and forth as if to say, this is our turf, our territory. And it's that howling for territoriality that grows in the months leading up to the winter breeding season.
Howling really tracks the hormones. As the wolves are getting ready for the breeding season, testosterone will start to spike. Howling starts to increase. It's kind of a stressful time in some ways. They do a lot of howling during the breeding season. They also probably use howling as a way to advertise the number of wolves they have in the pack, the type of wolves they have in the pack. If they have a lot of big male fighters, that's going to come across in a howling bout with another pack. And in some ways, wolves may be able to use it to avoid a fight with another pack too. They can kind of create that space between each other, let each other know where they are, but also let them know who they are.
Kira's specialty is looking at territoriality in wolves and interpack aggression, basically when two packs come into contact with each other and fight. Sometimes wolves will fight until one pack or one animal displaces the other, and sometimes they'll fight to the death.
This running into other packs is so vastly important to a wolf pack. It's, of all the wolves that live in Yellowstone that we've radio collared, some of them disperse outside of Yellowstone, of course. But if they live their whole life in Yellowstone, 2/3 of them end up being killed by other wolves.
Yellowstone is a long dormant but restless volcanic system. Lots of earthquakes, significant ground deformation, magmatic gas emissions, heat emissions. This geologic restlessness, which at almost any other volcano would be alarming, this is the norm. That's just Yellowstone being Yellowstone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Eyes on Earth, a podcast produced at the USGS Aeros Center. Our podcast focuses on our ever-changing planet and on the people at Aeros and around the globe who use remote sensing to monitor the health of Earth. My name is Jane Lawson, and I'll be hosting today's episode, where we're talking about the use of thermal remote sensing in the Yellowstone National Park area and other science benefits of thermal remote sensing. Greg Vaughn with the USGS is the remote sensing lead for the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory and research geologist for the Astrogeology Science Center. Greg uses nighttime thermal views from both the Landsat TIRS sensor and TIRS ASTER sensor to monitor for changes in temperature at thermal features in the Yellowstone National Park. Greg is here today to tell us more about his work and why it's important. And then we'll hear more about Landsat's thermal uses from Terry Soule, head of science at Aeros. To begin, welcome, Greg, to Eyes on Earth.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Just to be clear, you don't work for the National Park Service, but rather the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. What does the observatory do, and what does your role involve?
Yes, that's right. I work very closely with the National Park Service, but I work for the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and my duty station is at the Astrogeology Science Center in Flagstaff. The USGS has 5 volcano observatories that are tasked with monitoring the approximately 170 active or potentially active volcanoes in the U.S. and in U.S. territories. The Yellowstone Volcano Observatory monitors the Yellowstone magmatic and hydrothermal system. Yellowstone is a virtual observatory. There is no physical central office location. We have people located in many different places. YVO is a consortium of 9 different organizations, including the state geological surveys of the 3 states that Yellowstone touches, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho. We have partners at Montana State University, University of Wyoming, University of Utah, EarthScope, and of course the National Park Service and the USGS. Additionally, the USGS arm of YVO is also responsible for monitoring and reporting on any volcanic activity in the Intermountain West. For example, if there were ever renewed volcanic activity or unrest at one of the 4 corner states. But obviously the main focus of YVO is to provide monitoring and hazard assessment of the volcanic hydrothermal system in Yellowstone and earthquake activity in the Yellowstone region. And we conduct research on volcano monitoring methods and techniques and fundamental scientific research just to better understand the volcanic and hydrothermal system in the Yellowstone region. In my job, in addition to spending a lot of time looking at Yellowstone, I also support other volcano observatories. If there's ever any activity at volcanoes in Hawaii or Alaska, I also will look at data to help support monitoring efforts at those volcanoes as well. My role as the remote sensing lead at YVO is to conduct